Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the Day 2 of the European Poker Sport Championship. My name is Alan Finn here, and here we have the chip count for table, feature table ourselves. We have Alexander, Robin, and Marius in the top three positions, Zalot, Mika, and Felix in sixth, and Nico, Julian, and apologies on the pronunciation, but I am daily player in last position, 5 big blinds, and probably a little bit on life support, if we're being honest here, but we'll see how he fares out. My name is Alan Finn, guys, in case you don't realise or recognise who I am. I'm going to be covering for Dan this evening. Well, we'll see how this goes, but looking forward to a very entertaining evening of coverage. We will be playing down to, as far as I know, the final 3 players of the tournament. So we'll see how that goes as well, as final 3 tables, I should say. Hopefully going to be interesting stuff going on here now. Couple of German players, couple of Romanian players on this feature table. Can't say I recognise any of the guys, unfortunately. Maybe it would have been previous streams I would have done, but at the moment I don't recognise any of the names. That's not to say that any of the 9 players on this feature table are not crushers. But I'm no doubt, as usually what is the case when I commentate on these feature tables, that we find out pretty swiftly who's the better player versus the latter. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, guys, in case you don't realise that Dan isn't available this evening, or probably tomorrow, as far as I know, it's me that's going to be doing the coverage. So just to reiterate, my name is Alan Finn. I'm a professional player, playing online predominantly. Don't really leave the 4 walls of my bedroom, so to speak, but we do it regardless. Thoroughly enjoyable experience playing this game every single day. But at the same time, there's pros and cons to the game, and there's definitely some ups and downs. But either way, doing coverage like this on feature tables is a nice little break from playing the game itself, whereas I get to commentate on it, which is nice also. So, yeah. Slight delay here, guys, and getting the table up and running here. Here we go. Slight delay on maybe getting the players laid out on the table itself, but regardless, we are here to get these cards shuffled and in the air. Maybe I might recognize some of these faces now. Names, if I'm honest, don't seem too familiar, but we shall see. So as I said, guys, as far as I know, we're going to be playing down to the final 3 tables. Last 27 players, I'd imagine, if it's usually 9-handed, which is what it is at the moment. So yeah, it's probably going to be played down to the last 27 players. And we will have graphics of the total amount of players left in the field in a moment. Usually comes up in the top right-hand screen. And through here my end. First end here with Julian. And that's going to be done. That's falling, and you can see in the graphic in the top right corner, 76 players remaining out of 1,165,000. Very high player field, but obviously good money up top. There's a €300 buy-in, I believe, as well, including the buy-in fee. 230 is what it says there. The Twitch title. We have hand straight away from the get-go. Haim with 8s, open jamming for the 5 big blinds. And it's going to get through. Look of happiness there to to get that one through. Didn't really have a face on him that he wanted to get called there, which I don't really blame him. So if he can get all folds off 6 or 5, 6 big blinds of an all in, that's pretty good. Welcome on in, everyone. Bird, welcome on in, mate. Stiggy, welcome on in. Just looking at the Twitch chat here now, just getting things set up on my end as well. Do some of the chat here so I can see both the action and the chat. Got Julian here now again, under the gun. All around Seiko here now. Pronunciation to this name, I'm not sure if I'm going to say it correctly, so I'm just going to go with Sneeko. Sietsko could be as well. I was looking at the list of names for the feature table, and there wasn't really one that was that difficult, except probably the villain's name here now, Zico, and there's Israeli player Haim. Getting a raise here now from Sneeko here. Sietsko. I think a Polish surname, potentially. We got Robin here now, another German player, off 38 big blinds here. It'd be interesting to maybe find a 3-bet here. I think cold calling is absolutely fine, also given you're in position. He does decide to call. Marius with a bit of a decision here, but I can imagine it's only going to be cold called. I can imagine squeezing here some of the time will be good too, but maybe that is a squeeze. He does find the squeeze here, and I really, really like this. I think it's a bit small out of position though. I don't think Sietsko can call this. I don't think it might just be an all-in or a fold, I guess, given there's a player left behind to act too. Just giving each other a bit of a stare down. Just get out of the way, which is kind of what I expected. Robin, it's the offsuit combo, but you are in position. I think this price is very, very cheap here. That I think he's actually... I think off that stack depth, I would have liked to have gone a little bit bigger. Now, obviously, the same result happened. I would have maybe gone like 3.5 to 4x there instead of just the 3x itself. But maybe that sizing is better given the stack size of the cutoff, which is just go with the, I think it was like 17 effective. So you can actually still probably apply a decent amount of pressure with the 3x 3-bet versus the 3.5 to 4. But I always say on previous streams that I've commentated on, if you can get the job done for the same, or sorry, a smaller amount but get the same result, then you probably should be looking to use the smaller bet size to accomplish the same thing. Instinctively, I just feel maybe a little bit bigger is probably going to be more optimal there, but either way, the same result happens, so can't be the worst thing in the world. Felix here now, coming in for a raise. So Min Open seems to be the sign anyways of somebody who's not really a recreational player or probably a more experienced regular. Traditionally or stereotypically, when somebody's making it like 3x or bigger than 3x, they're probably, again, stereotypically one of the weaker players. But there's a time and a place to do that, but either way, min raise is usually the sizing scheme that a lot of the more experienced or better players tend to use. I don't think Julian is going to be calling this, even though it is only a big blind more. And there's an ante in play as well, the big blind ante, but to no avail. Felix more than happy to take down the blinds and the antes, which is worth 75k add on to a stack size, which is not a small amount, that is for sure. The next hand, as they say. Haim here up or folding the 3-5 suited. Alexander folding Queen 3 suited. Sorry, offsuit. Jack 9 going in the muck. A fold from Cisco here as well. Robin could be tempted to go for a raise here off 36 big blinds. I don't think it would be an issue, but decides to take a more passive route. It's a lot. 7-8 off here, probably going to find a fold too. Marius here now, who's probably going to be coming in for a steal here, I'd guess. Now in the big blind, he's going to get all the way too. Seems pretty standard. Welcome on in, Apocalypse, mate. How we doing, sir? It's Alan in the booth this evening instead of Dan. He's feeling a bit under the weather, so contacted me during the week or late this week to ask was I available. Not feeling the best there the last 24, 48 hours, I don't think, so happy enough to oblige. And good evening to you as well, sir. Happy anniversary. On to the next hand here again. Robin here now under the gun +3, going to be getting out of the way also. There's a lot here. Probably going to be getting out of the way too with Jack 7 suited. Yeah, I'm doing good, mate. Apocalypse, appreciate you for mentioning it. Doing alright, doing alright. Hope you're well as well, sir. Julian here now. Button probably going to come in for a little steal. Attempts to go all in, and that's exactly what it is. I was thinking that looking at a stack size there, just realised it's 13 big blinds. And gets called by Haim. So we're going to be off to a flop, guys. Post flop, I should say. Haim in very good shape. Well, I say very good shape. 65% of the time he's going to win this. That's from by far not the biggest favourite in the world, but here we go. Split pot opportunities. Also some backdoor straight possibilities for Julian. Still some split outs here, but Haim with the ace-10, the 10 kicker. There's a reason why he's an 83% favourite. We'll go to a river here, and it's a 6. Oh, there it goes. Haim is out, unfortunately. The nasty, nasty river for Julian to improve on the 6. as I said, unfortunately knocks Haim out. Short and sweet for Haim on the feature table coverage here, but not a lot you can do. Still cashed, made the money. Disgusting, a right, Apocalypse. I mean, it hurts. It hurts when it's on the river. I mean, it usually hurts more when it's on the river, to be fair. Hurts regardless when you get 2 outed or 3 outed like that. But yeah, on the river, it's definitely hurts that little bit more. Let's be real. That's the next time we go, guys. One hand so far on this coverage. No doubt there's going to be a lot more interesting all-ins like that. Remember, guys, we got to play down to the final 3 tables this evening, as far as I know. Obviously, there's going to be some eliminations from the outer tables, but no doubt there will be some eliminations from this feature table as well for you guys to see. It's literally part and parcel of the MTT World Bird, I believe. Somebody has to get lucky at some point. Or somebody has to be a luck box at some point, and a pretty good example of it there. Need to get lucky in some spots like that. No way anyone wins a tournament or runs deep in a tournament without getting it lucky at least once. At least once. Most of the time it's a lot more than once, but yeah, either way. Julian decides to get out of the way there after his newly topped up stack. Mika here now, going to be getting out of the way on the button with 9-5 off also. And small blind gets a walk, or sorry, the big blind gets a walk here. Not sure what the small blind folded, but actually, apologies, it was a big blind alone, that's what it was. But yeah, technically a walk nonetheless. It's an example of what's to come Apocalypse over the next 2 days, basically. I don't play golf. I definitely don't watch it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the appeal is when it comes to the entertainment. Obviously, there's a lot of skill and technical ability involved. Can't deny that. But either way, it's one of those sports that never really appealed to my thing, basically. But yeah, nice to have some final, nice to actually have some action, as you said. Got Julian here now in the hijack, definitely going to go coming in for a raise. Something like 60, 75k probably is going to be the norm here. And very, very surprised to see that off this stack size. You know, I don't know if there's any big pay jumps going forward. Just let me look here. Yeah, so 73 players remaining. They're all guaranteed €629. $739 after the 72nd player is knocked out, but it's a bit of a tricky spot here now for Julian. Felix is obviously going to be raising here. Is golf like that, Apocalypse, in terms of, you know, consistently there's obviously, we'll say, the top 10, 20 players, or is there always this random runaway, like you mentioned, that no one's heard of? Is there always kind of one guy in the mix like that? Because you could maybe say the same thing about Pokeley there. But yeah, just going back to my question there, Apocalypse, is it the case where you usually have the consistent guys who are in the top 10, 15 usually, and then have this random guy who's, as you mentioned, a runaway? Is that usually the case? Because I feel like with poker, that's very, very similar too. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of poker players that play golf as well. I mean, it's kind of shares a lot of the mental aspects of it, I guess. Definitely the competitive part also. Golf as a sport, it's very, very competitive. you know poker is too, so I can understand the correlation between both. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I mean that's what I'd imagine, because obviously the best players are going to be a hell of a lot more consistent in their technical ability and just implementing that every time and doing what they need to do. So yeah, that's what I'd assume. But still nice to get some verification from yourself. But yeah, a bit of an awkward one there with the tens, but I think once tens just raises there, yeah, this is the problem with limping sevens like that. It's a pretty unorthodox play, especially off 19 big blinds. And I do feel if you limp, you should probably be limp calling. But it was a big shove, in fairness. It's like 615k, which is obviously just, yeah, covers him. With Marius here now under the gun +2, coming in for a little cheeky raise here with King Jack off. Mika here now, 23 bigs. Is at least going to be calling, but I'd imagine 3-betting is probably going to be the play here. Does actually just decide to call here, which I'm a little bit surprised. You got Felix here now with another pocket pair. Takes a sip of the beer. That's the player opposite him, I should say. Apologies. We have a 3-bet all in for sevens here, which Mika probably shouldn't be folding here. I think if you're trapping this sort of hand with a cold call, you definitely cannot be folding to a squeeze jam here. And then I suppose this kind of goes back to the situation that, like, you know, cold calling this instead of 3-betting it. It depends what Mika was probably thinking when he decided to cold call. Was it out of risk aversion, or was it to trap behind if somebody squeezes, you know, all in like this? I really hope it was option B in terms of like trapping. I mean, obviously this is your tournament life here to call, but like if Felix is doing this with sevens, he's probably more than likely doing it with some suited broadways in terms of like maybe some King Jack suited, King Queen suited, maybe even Ace Jack, which you obviously dominate. So you know, if it's the case where you're dominating value, or dominating some of the range that they're three bet squeezing all in here, then you kind of have to call. I would feel, anyways. Basically, if you're ahead of X part of their range here, you probably have to call. Like it's very, very close. This is the other variable here. I mean, you can fold and live to fight another day here, but like, this is a good spot to be in. By the look of him, I don't think he's actually going to call this, but like if you break it down in terms of like the 3-bet squeezing range, if he has like all the pocket pairs, you know, I mean, obviously if he decided to call Ace Queen suited here, it would be an easy call, and he would not be taking this long. But as I said, with like Ace Queen here, when you call, you should have the idea of trapping, that if something like this happens behind, you probably should be calling it. But for me personally, I'm definitely just 3-betting this regardless, and then seeing what happens after that. But as I said, it's kind of one of those situations that if you call here, you probably shouldn't be folding versus squeeze jam. Although it is a little bit on the bigger side, that's the only other thing to take into account here. Like it's not like a 15 big blind 3-bet all in here. It's over, it's 20, but he does decide to call. I'm happy he got to that solution, because I think that's the correct play. As I said, there's going to be some King Queen suited here, Ace Jack, Ace 10 suited, maybe even some Ace Jack and Ace 10 off. So there's a decent portion of Felix's like jamming range that you're still ahead of here, and most of the time you're probably going to be flipping. So kind of just have to take that one on the chin when you decide to call, and it's a very, very bad flop. Very, very bad flop, the Ace Queen. Yeah, Apocalypse. I mean, he had the face on him, but like, look. One of those hands where I don't think once you just decide to call there, you just have to like call the 3-bet squeeze all in. And I think that's mostly because you're ahead of some of the value there, or the better hands, or sorry, not the better hands, but you're ahead of some of the Ace Queen, or sorry, the Ace Jack, Ace 10, King Queen suited, stuff like that, you know. Yeah, Apocalypse, bro. It's not like we're being results orientated or anything like that. What a terrible call now, yeah. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the call pre-flop, honestly. Look, I mean, again, I don't want to be not risk averse, but results orientated. Yeah, and that's exactly it, grinding Nemo. That's why I like the 3-bet pre. But look, whatever way this hand goes off, it seems to be the case that like sevens is just going to get out of the way there. But yeah, for personally myself, I would rather 3-bet the ace queen off. But as I said, once the hand plays out the way it did, you have to call the squeeze all in, and we lose another player, unfortunately, from the feature table. So we are now 7-handed, I believe, 2 eliminations. I'm not sure, was there another player who just arrived at the table there? But nice little chip up there with the sevens. Very nice chip up. Probably, yeah, probably plus 40 big blinds now after that hand. Definitely very, very close to 40 big blinds anyways, so. It's 2 eliminations, guys, already, which is pretty swift. Got Salat here now. Probably going to be coming in for a raise here. That's what he does. Opens it to 60k, I believe, yep. 2 oranges for 25 each and 2 greens for 5. Julian here now. Not going to be doing too much here, except getting out of the way. Yeah, NJ, I'm not sure. Like, as I said, it's... Personally, myself, if I play the hand that way, I am going to call myself if it works out that way, where, you know, the small blind squeeze to sevens there. As I said, you're still ahead of a lot of his range there that he is going to be 3-betting all in here. So, you know, if you're flipping most of the time, dominated the least amount of the time and actually ahead of other parts of his range, you're just getting the price to call there. Like, if he had won the hand, we'd be saying the latter in terms of, yeah, well, it was a good call. Yeah, that was the right call. Bird, I don't know, bro. They're in the money. They have to accumulate chips, mate. And personally, as I said, for me, that's going to be a call off there after that. But for me, I wouldn't call in the first place. I'd rather 3-bet. I'd rather 3-bet that spot myself and just get sevens out of the way and just go heads up against the king jack that's going to fold against the 3-bet. But yeah, here we have the new chip counts anyways. Felix, Alexander and Robin, the 3 German players leading the feature table. Marius, Zala and Julian, 4th, 5th and 6th are 3 Romanian players. And Zeko, again, I'm not sure on the pronunciation, and Christian are 7th and 8th. Now, that's how I feel as well, Apocalypse. But yeah, back to the action here with Marius. Queen's UTG off 32 big blinds. Julian with the 7 deuce off here. Can't imagine he's going to be doing anything else except folding. Christian here now off 9 big blinds. Might be, well, this is our new player at the table, I should say. He decides to get all the way, which is probably fine given the raise first income from UTG. So our new player at this feature table is Christian Kluti. Again, pronunciation of the surname might be butchered there, but he's a German player nonetheless. Zala here now is going to be defending in the big blind. It's going to be defending. 2 players right beside each other here now. We go heads up to the flop. Third pair for Marius here with queens.
Queen 8 here for Zalot. Not much else going on with backdoors, except a backdoor straight draw. Might be tempted just to... he's not going to fold versus 30k, one big blind, but if against bigger sizings, he would definitely be folding. I think against a small bet here, we can't fold really any pair. Maybe some of the under pairs without a diamond backdoor. But Queen 8 has some 2-pair outs, backdoor straight draw, excuse me. But yeah, obviously the under the guns range here is going to smash this flop here. And interesting double barrel here from Marius. But again, he has leverage on this board. He has the Queen of Spades. And the plan for him is probably to follow through on any spade. Get some 8x, well not so much 8x, but some King X to fold here, maybe some weaker Ace X to fold and put a lot of pressure on that part of his range. That's just implementing leverage there. And again, just some, normally I don't play MTTs personally myself, but I play a lot of online cash. And you see a lot of the under the gun versus big blind kind of dynamic where a lot of them under pairs to that board. Third pair, fourth pair, you know, even some lower pairs to that itself are actually turned into a bluff because of the leverage on that board in particular. But yeah, an interesting double barrel there with that hand. It's probably a very good combo because there's a lot of good rivers you can follow through on, any 10, any jack, any spade. And as I said, you can actually get some weaker Ace X. Well, you're probably going to make Ace X indifferent there, a lot of the weaker ones. Just make them indifferent between folding and calling. And on top of that, you're going to get King X to fold too. So I actually like that barrel there. It's good that, again, that's an indicator for me when I see Marius making that play, that he's definitely one of the more competent players. Got Robin here now on the button. He's going to get all the way 5 high. Got Salah here now on the small blind. Probably going to come in for a limp here. I'd like a limp into Marius's big blind here. I don't want to raise and get 3-bet or something like that. So he does decide to call, which I'm a fan of. Marius is just going to be checking this behind. Although these sort of hands play actually better as a raise. It's probably going to be profile or player dependent, I should say, but you know, sometimes it's just better to get a fold if Zalot is limping the small blind with, you know, a very, very wide range. Zalot here now decides to check the flop. And Marius obliges with the check back. Queen on the turn. It's a pretty wet board in terms of a lot of draws, but given how the pre-flop action went here, big blind never has really much of this board. Maybe some of the offsuit combos like Queen 5, Queen 9. Maybe some weak King X that might check back the flop. We have Zalot here now coming out for a bet, small bet. Obviously going to get out of the way there, not much more you can do with Marius is 4 high. Again, even Zalot there limping the small blind. I think that it's an indicator as well of maybe the player type that he is, that he understands that you don't always have to raise with them sort of hands, because if you face a 3-bet, it's a bit of a disaster. But either way, found the limp, takes on the pot. Christian again on the 9 big blinds. Robin here now on the cutoff, going to be getting out of the way. Zalot here now with a little sneaky pocket queens here on the button. Very, very nice to pick up premiums when you're going to be stealing super wide. Gives people incentive to, you know, 3-bet lighter from the big blind, small blind, whatever the case may be. Marius, again, It is one of those situations where, you know, again, super wide range of the button, might be a little bit tempted to three bet this hand, but I think cold calling is absolutely fine as well. If I'm honest, I think I prefer a call here, and that's what Marius comes to that conclusion. Go to the flop. Again, somewhat of a similar situation here, where Zalot had the third pair and Marius had the under pair. Just check here, which is fine. I think Queens has enough showdown value here to, you know, just basically check this down. And you can see with Marius's body language as well, is probably the way he tapped to go check. Not very indicative of a strong hand, I don't think. Part of me would love to bluff sixes here, because best case scenario that is like Zalot is just going to check down some, you know, he's never going to check down some queen high, he's never going to check down some jack high, 10 high, so he always has some showdown value here that sixes actually isn't really that ahead of. And just goes check down to the river, which seems pretty standard by both, but I'm a pretty aggressive player myself, where I might end up turning sixes or over bluffing sixes there myself. But it's more so attacking a relatively capped range. I'm not saying it's completely uncapped there. There's going to be some ace X in Zalot's check back range for flop and turn. But as I said, I don't think sixes, probably sixes still has enough showdown value there. Still ahead of some under pairs that might take that line also. If you haven't checked it out already, guys, someone dropped a link there, the Nightbot, for the YouTube channel. If you guys haven't subscribed yet, be sure to do so. Closing in on 20k subscribers, I should say. 18.6k is what I can see here. We got new videos weekly. So hit the YouTube link there to check the most recent video if you haven't done so already. And make sure to subscribe, turn on the notification bell to get notified when there's a new video uploaded. And thanks Apocalypse for dropping all the social media links. Janot, welcome on in, sir. How are we doing today? Felix here under the gun +1 with pocket tens, coming in for raise to 60k. Christian forced to call, but definitely more than good enough hand to call there off for the min raise, I should say. So we go to a flop here. It's a pretty interesting flop for Christian. 1 over and a flush draw. Felix, relatively good board for his perceived range. Might be tempted to bet small here. I think checking back is fine also, but I think we're having the 10 of spades here. I like betting a little bit more, which is what he does do. It's a good board for Felix's range anyways, and Christian decides to ship it. And I think having tens with a spade here is pretty goddamn close. So we will get a price here. It's 145k more, getting little under 3 to 1. I mean, this is, I think tens without a spade might be a call. Tens, or sorry, would it be a fold? Tens with a spade is probably going to be a call here. I'm not sure what to do here, if I'm honest. I think this is a very, very close spot, and it's just going to go down to what you think the big blind is capable of check raising. You know, obviously blocking king 10 and 9-10 are some of the semi bluffs that he might check raise all in here. Obviously, if he knew Christian's hand, he would call very easily. But a little bit of the negative part of, yeah, he does decide to fold. I think Christian is Obviously, Christian played the hand 100%. And I think Felix betting there is absolutely standard too. Just a little bit unfortunate that, you know, Christian had this hand that, one of the combos of hands that, you know, that the tens doesn't interact with that well. As I said, when it comes to what the tens looks like when it has the semi-bluffs that might check raise all in there, you know, 8-10 suited, for example, 9-10 suited, king-10 suited, stuff like that, and you're blocking that portion of them bluffs. Also having the 10 of spades, if you had like ace-10 of spades, just 10x of spades in general, it just lessens the semi-bluffs, we'll say, from the big blind's perspective. So I think folding tens there is probably going to be fine. I mean, to be fair, I think most of the time when you actually, if you decide to call there, you're just going to be behind a lot. But I think betting tens there is absolutely fine too. Like, I mean, you're going to get folds a lot. So you're probably going to get more folds than check raise all ins there. I don't think. That's what I would feel in that situation. I think checking back tens without a spade there is better. But obviously one of the downside is when you're against a short stack there who's going to be check shoving basically any draw. And probably any second pair plus. Although you can strongly argue some third pair too. But either way, tens is going to be folded in that spot a lot, I guess. With Marius coming for a 3-bet here from the cutoff. Felix, who's on a very, very healthy stack. Very aggressive here by Marius, to be fair. But it gets the job done. Felix folds the queen 10 suited. Now I think if Felix was in position there, it might be more inclined to call. But power poker from Marius. Uses the ace blocker versus under the gun. Does the job. Marius now sitting on a healthy stack of 37 big blinds. You got Felix, 45, 50 big blinds, even a little bit more, I think. A healthy stack nonetheless. Salah here now, king 4 off, getting out of the way again. Julian here now, 17 big blinds, probably going to come in for a raise. Slight issue with the connection there, guys, but I think we're back. So yeah, we have Julian here coming in for a raise, which is kind of what I suspected. I think to open shove in 17 is a bit much. Could do it in later formations, I'd say, but I think standard is just going to be the min open. Felix on the big blind probably can't even defend king 2 off here. Would rather defend maybe like the ace 3, ace 2 than the king 2. King 2 off is probably just the bottom of the range there, I guess. On to the next time we go, guys. in here now. Might be tempted to come in for a raise here, but our 40 big blinds might not be that appealing. Maybe it's still good enough to come in for a steal. Sides on the ladder by the looks of it. Felix here now in the small blind. These sort of hands, they just prefer to just call again. I don't mind a raise or a call with these hands. Like, raising is obviously good too, because if you get folds, then it's obviously massive EV for raising this sort of hand. I think I would honestly just prefer raising this or folding, but maybe my assumption is wrong with that. Queen high board here now, guys. Check this flop. Felix picking up some equity with an up and down here now. Probably going to go for a bet, I'd imagine. And gets the job done. Salah here now with a very, very nice hand. He's picked up a few decent hands the last 15 to, yeah, probably 10 to 15 hands in fairness. A couple of nice premium pocket pairs. The Queens was maybe 4 or 5 hands ago as well. Coming in for a raise here now. Marius here now off 28 big blinds. Similar spot to the ace queen in the previous example. Be interesting to see what Marius decides to do. Is he going to go for a 3-bet? Decides to call again, which I don't mind. A lot of players behind him to act. Doesn't want to isolate himself against the premium. He decides to 3-bet here, but either way, even if he decided to 3-bet, it's pretty strong for Marius to be doing that versus under the gun, when he's under the gun +1 himself. But calling is what he decided to do, and Robin, I imagine, is going to come along here in the big blind as well, with the ace-jack off. Don't really see any mirror to raise in here. Again, under the gun opens, under the gun +1 calls. You know, it's a little bit of a dicey spot here where I think calling and just completing with the ace-jack here is going to be the best play, I'd assume. We got a flop of 9-7-4 rainbow. Zalot's 10 still ahead here. Robin and Marius both whip the flop. Tens coming out for a bet here. I think that's going to be the end of the hand here, guys. Unless Marius wants to. If you're Marius, the graphics are a little bit slow, delayed. Yeah, that's fair enough. I thought Marius hadn't folded yet, but here we are. Zalot taking down another pot. Keeps adding to his chip stack. Not a bad complaint, that is for sure. Big blind, an ante being handed to the dealer there. Well, just the ante part of the dealer. The dealer is only collecting the ante, I should say. Julian here now at 14 bigs. This is probably close. I think when you're this early, I don't know if jamming is a thing with so many players left behind. Definitely up for debate here, whether jamming is the best play. I like Julian. Julian is fearless. I've commentated on previous events itself. Mr. Wen here with ace-jack suited. Again, there's at least 4 players behind, potentially 5 players. You know, it's close between call here, but Wen doesn't really seem to mind at all. And he decides to throw in a 3-bet. So Julian just decided to min-raise off that stack size. I thought when he grabbed the stack of chips like that, I thought that was all in, but I honestly, I feel folding this is probably the best. I maybe start min-open in 7s. 7s, like 8s is for sure going to be a min-open here. I just feel this early positions. I think 6s is definitely on the cusp of 14 big blinds or whatever, 13, 14 big blinds. And I actually think Zico has to, if he can find the all in here, but in fairness, it's under the gun +1 versus under the gun +2. I think 8s is just going to go in the middle here, let's be real. I don't think there's not much you can do. It's frustrating because you have 9 big blinds, and you know, good hands don't come around that often. But you know, it is what it is. I think in that exact situation, there's no way you can really do anything else except fold. And I forgot to introduce Wen, who was our new player, who probably sat down there maybe a few minutes ago. It's our first hand with him. It's a 3-bet spot pre-flop. Yeah, I don't know what Julian's really thinking about here. I think calling, it's either going to be a 3-bet all in or just a fold. I think calling here is just wasting chips. I mean, it's not exactly a small 3-bet either. It's close to like 3.5 to 4x. Because the original raise first in was. Yeah, that's exactly Apocalypse, and that's kind of going back to the 7s and the ace-queen hand, very, very similar. And you see Wen deciding to take a more aggressive route, and it just isolates him against that stack. I mean, obviously he's 3-bet calling it off. but it does put eights off that 9 big blind stack in a really, really tough spot where they're literally handcuffed to just fold. So it's good that you bring that up, Apocalypse, because I think that's a good example of what I would have done in the ace queen hand if other people were here for the coverage of that maybe five, 6 hands ago. You know, just the difference in actually finding the 3-bet there instead of taking a more passive route and just calling, and then eights shoves behind, then maybe sixes re-shoves, and then you probably have to fold ace jack suited. You know, it's one of those things. Now maybe it goes, you know, open, call, 3-bet all in with the eights, sixes folds, and then you can call with the ace jack. But again, I think taking the more aggressive route in a lot of spots is going to be way more beneficial than taking a passive line or making a passive or, you know, more passive decision. Felix here now, pocket nines in the hijack. He's going to be coming in for a raise here. An hour into coverage already, guys. 1 hour in. Coming in for this raise to 80k, and the blinds have gone up, guys. In case you didn't realize, we are now 20, 40, 40. 40 big blind ante. Felix coming in for an 80k raise. Mario's here now with the ace of hearts. It might get a little bit interesting if Felix decides to bet. I wouldn't be betting nines without a heart here all the time, because if you get check raised, it's a bit of a disaster. This is an interesting combo with Marius's hand exactly. I wouldn't mind over betting here, but maybe with ace highs you potentially have some showdown value, and you are sometimes ahead at like king queen, king queen mostly. There isn't that many worse ace x you're ahead of, if there is any. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, Apocalypse. It just comes down to, like, you know, what you think somebody's capable of doing it with, and what they don't. You know, if they're 3-betting optimally, then you have to defend optimally. If they're not 3-betting enough, then you overfold. You know, if they're 3-betting too much, then you 4-bet more often. It's not that simple, but it kind of is at the same time. But yeah, for sure, I would definitely rather be 3-betting them hands like we saw some examples of already. You got Wen here, who's matched the stack size of Felix in the second place here. We got Alexander and Zlot third and fourth, Marius and Robin fifth and sixth, Julian and Christian, excuse me, seventh and eighth, and then Zico here on the bottom with 10 big blinds. But you know, 7, 8, and 9 all sub 15 big blinds, but far from in any way, shape or form life support. I think there's still plenty of play of 10 to 15 big blinds without a doubt. But yeah, Felix still leading the way. As far as I remember, since the start of the feature table coverage, I think Felix was more or less up there all the time, if not consistently leading so far. As I mentioned, we're over an hour into the coverage here, guys. 21 hands in. We've had 3 eliminations on the feature table, I believe, if not 2 at least. They're falling pretty quickly on the outer tables as well. We are playing down to 27 players tonight, guys. The final 3 tables, I believe. Day 3 will be tomorrow, and it'll be played down to a winner. Tonight we are playing down to the last 27 players, I believe. Last final 3 tables. Robin here now off 22 big blinds. We have 58 players, guys. You can see there in the top right-hand corner of the screen. We had 1,165 runners. €230 tournament, guys. It's 300k guaranteed prize pool. So I'll let you do the maths on that. do have a spot here now with Zalot. Robin opening for a little over 2.1, and we have a 3-bet all in here. Well, bet all in. Left leaves himself one big blind behind, but pretty much an all in for the most part. Yeah, and I can't imagine Robin is going to be calling this. To be honest with you, in this exact spot, I feel sevens would be very close here. Eights and nines are probably the ones you want to be calling way more. Like nines plus, definitely. Eights are probably, it's a little bit closer, obviously, versus nines and versus sevens, but probably a fold eights here, but I could be wrong in that assumption as well. But I do feel sixes and below, or sevens and below, are probably the ones you want to be open raising and folding here. And he does get out of the way here. As I said, the higher pocket pairs like eights plus are probably the ones that are going to be a call there. But defo a close spot regardless. But in his position with fours, it's just going to be a pure fold, I'd imagine. Seiko here now. I think there's going to be a jam, and he knows it too, off 9 big blinds, which is exactly what happens. Folded around to big blind, more than likely. Can't imagine Julian is going to be doing with this hand. Wayne here now. I think this is too much to call Jack 8 here. I think like Jack 10 suited is very, very close as well, but Jack 8 more than likely just going to be a fold here. It's a pretty hand, but against that all-in sizing for 9 big blinds, it's just going to be a fold. But a little chip up for a shorter stack, Zico. Oh, a little bit of a burnt card there for the dealer, I believe. Now, that one hand increased the stack by 33%. Started that hand with 9 big blinds, he's on 12, so that's a big increase for his stack size there. And as I said, breathing room for at least another orbit, but it's not like he was on life support anyways. He still has more than enough to work with. Got Zalot here now, he's going to come in for a raise. I see people grabbing these stacks of chips, and I'm always assuming it's a raise, which, I mean, I know it is in this case, but So Julian with a sixes hand previously, 2 or 3 hands ago, where he grabbed a stack of chips where it was just a raise. Need to keep an eye out for that stuff. But he comes in for a raise regardless, Salas, which I think is 100% standard. Marius here now in the cutoff, getting some TV time, I believe. Oh no, again, the graphics are a little bit delayed here. It's going to be our Julian, and that's what happens. Who actually has a decision. I'm not a fan of the call here. Maybe it's fine as well, but when waking up with the Cowboys, Kings on a King stream, it must be nice. Obviously, he's going to come in for a raise here. I'm thinking like enter between 230, 240, I believe. No, probably a little bit more. Enter between 240 and 300k is what I do here. I really doesn't hope he just says all in. But the thing is, when Julian is there with a short stack, I mean, what size can you do here without committing yourself against that? I mean, obviously, when has kings here, it doesn't matter, but... Yeah, so 265. Oh my God, and Christian, I should say, off 10 big blinds, or 7 big blinds, is just going to go with this here. And it was a pretty immediate 4-bet, cold 4-bet all in, I should say. And Julian, coincidentally, dodged a bullet there. Obviously, Wen is calling this very, very happily. Whatever more it is, 80k more is what it says in the graphics. We're going to have an all-in, guys. Ace King versus Kings here. See what happens. I don't want to wish Wen any bad luck, but I'm feeling an ace. Just saying. Oh, we got diamonds nonetheless. We got backdoor straight draw, flush draw, ace. It's a decent amount of cards. And there is the double up for Christian. See the sigh of relief. See Wen thoroughly disgusted losing kings to ace king. I don't want to bring up my own situation, but the amount of times I've lost kings versus ace king the last 4 to 6 weeks isn't ideal, but it's all part of poker, guys. We take the probability. Kings was never guaranteed to win that pot. The hand pre-flop completely plays itself. When the cards are on their back like that, guys, I'm sure we all know anything that happens after that is completely out of our control. Nice double up nonetheless for our shorter stack, Christian. Again, probably on 20 big blinds now, 20 plus big blinds, I think. Marius here now, debating whether to open ace-6 off, and he's decided to do it a little bit on the looser side in these positions, in my opinion. Plus there is some shorter stacks behind, so he needs to be a little bit conscious of that, but it also looks relatively strong. Got Wen here, I think he's going to find a call here. I think Wen is one of the more active players. But look, again, it's on the button here with an offsuit Broadway. Again, on my MTT ranges of this stack size and stack depth, etc., mightn't be that accurate, but instinctively I feel a call here can't be bad. Might be the bottom of your call calling range when it comes to offsuit combos. I mean, I don't think you call Jack 10 here. Queen Jack, I think, is getting very close as well, and I think King Jack, he can probably start calling. most of the time, I guess. Maybe mix in some 3-bets. Marius decides to check here. We got Wayne coming in for a bet, around 40%, I think, and it's just going to get the job done. Shows the picture card. It was either the king or the jack. I'd say it was the jack potentially, but I don't know for sure. You get a clear look at it. I just saw him expose one card. Obviously, they are both picture cards. Obviously. Big blinds for the Zico here now. Getting out of the way. Robin getting out of the way as well. Marius here now, guys. Getting out of the way as well. He opens ace-6 off and folds ace-3. I think it needs to be the other way around. Julian here now, 8 big blinds. Can't imagine he's going to be doing hands but folding, which is exactly what happens. Got Wayne getting out of the way there also. Christensen getting out of the way too. Got Alexander here, who's been relatively quiet all table. Hasn't really got much hands. Been sipping on a Corona in the meantime. That's about the only thing I remember him doing. If I'm totally honest with you. He does a call from the small blind here, which I don't mind at all. Calling or raising is absolutely fine. I don't think folding is ever up for debate. The poor dealer couldn't reach that boy. Three gentlemen to help her push in the chips. Got middle pair here for Alexander. Got some backdoor straight and flush draws for Felix. But if he faces a bet here, probably just going to be folding, and that's exactly what happens. Salah here now with a pretty looking ace-queen off. Sorry, ace-queen suited. Marius under the gun +2 getting out of the way. We have Julian here, who's probably going to be 3-betting and getting called here. Had to write a script for this hand itself. I think it's just going to go in the middle, unfortunately. And that is what happens. Julian decides to ship it with the king-queen suited when going to be folding here as well, I'd guess. Christian getting out of the way. Alexander getting out of the way. Zico here again, a little bit of an annoying spot as he would have had previously with 8s, but I think given the action, where the action has come from, I mean, this will be a call if Julian decided. Oh, he does decide to go with it. Maybe this is the correct play. I don't know. I feel Ace Jack I thought might be a little bit closer there, but maybe some of the MTT guys can confirm if that's correct there with Ace Jack. I mean, given under the gun +1 opens and under the gun +3 3 bets. I mean, Ace Queen suited should still call here because the price is getting. I wouldn't be too. The only person I'd be somewhat concerned over being dominated here is against the big blind. But given the big blind stack size was very, very similar to, you know, Julian's with the King Queen suited, I don't think that should really deviate how much Zalot should still call here, because the price is basically the same. It's what, 2 big blinds more. I don't want to see a fold here, bro. This is really bad if you find that. Wow, I don't like that at all. That's unfortunate. Huge favourite he would have been if he decided to flick that in. I think you have to call there with the price, man. I think it's just crazy. You know, you're going to call Julian. So if you're calling Julian, it's only 2 big blinds more on top of Zico, 3 bets all in with, you know. So, I'm sorry, 4 bet technically all in with a call 4 bet. I think Ace Queen suited is still a call there, man. I just think you shouldn't look too much into it and just look at the maths of it and the price you were getting, because it was basically only 2 big blinds more to call the all-in. I don't want to say they do or don't, Sticky, but they probably don't. They probably don't. It would have been a chop anyways with the Ace Queen, but again, we're not results orientated here. Yeah, look, hot odds are a thing, guys, and they can help you make decisions a little bit better. So yeah, don't fold Ace Queen suited in that spot, guys. Yeah, it's a big EV punch, yeah. When you look at the actual potential, you know, opportunities to not win chips there because you just misunderstood the exact situation. Yeah, I mean, look, he would have split it. Again, not being results orientated, but me even bringing that up kind of says I am. But yeah, again, it's a pretty easy call. It's like the big blind. The only thing I can say to that spot there is maybe misread the situation in terms of how many big blinds it was and how many big blinds he had, but for sure I think that's a big mistake not to call. But look, nobody's going to play perfect. Nobody ever plays perfect. But I think that was a pretty easy call in that spot. We got Marius now under the gun +1 picking up the aces. Marius is another player that has picked up a couple of good hands. Don't think he's gotten that much action, but for sure has gotten some hands. I don't know what Wayne is thinking about here, and he decides to get out of the way. Felix here now, again. Don't think he's going to be doing much with this, or the hand itself. Zico here now, a healthy 22 big blinds after the double up the previous hand. That's what I'm saying, guys. If you get one double up, you're never going to be in that bad a shape off 10 big blinds, 15 big blinds, even 8 big blinds. Definitely 10 big blinds plus, you get a double up. You're not living life on easy mode, but you're definitely in a lot better situation than you were prior, I should say. Unfortunately, he's not going to get any action with the aces, which is a little bit annoying, but is what it is in spots. Alexander, excuse me, coming in now for a min open to 80k. Stiggy, I agree that with the King 10 itself and all that jazz, look, you're just going to come across some examples where you're going to be very confident in one way and one of the guys on this feature table are going to do the opposite. It's just going to be part of it. Personally, myself, I try not to get too caught up in the moments between what decision he did and what I would do and all that jazz. Everyone's going to play different, but yeah, for sure you're going to see some pretty big EV mistakes, or whatever way you want to phrase it, on this table itself, or even in live poker itself. It's not going to be the exact same. It's just not going to be optimal, put it that way. Check here on the flop. Probably going to go check again here. Or not. I wouldn't mind another check here from Alexander, because I think... Yeah, 6 is jam online, yeah. That's it, like. Yeah, because jamming 6s there is going to maximize fold equity. And obviously, more likely you're going to take down the pot itself. 6s here, yeah, you just see some weird limps, or, some raise folds, all that stuff. It's, as I said, you're not going to always see the most optimal decision or the highest EV decision. But yeah, I do feel this is probably a little bit thin from Alexander, but if I had 6s, I'd be more inclined to bet them than versus with 4s. I think 4s is probably better just to try and check this down 3 streets, because it's hard to get value from much worse hands. But, there's some 2x and 3x out there, but 4s should be just a very easy check back here. And that's exactly what happens. And I think Alexander just realized that he was probably a little bit too thin on the turn there. But as I said, there is some 2x and 3x in the small blinds range there, but as I said, it's probably still a bit too thin on the turn. There isn't that much 2x or 3x when he's cold calling from the small blind, to be fair. So he definitely needs to be conscious of that. Our new player here now, Salva. Just to bring him in. He is a German player. Comes to the table with relatively short stack. See, can he run it up? Queen 10 suited here for Seco. Definitely going to be coming in for a raise. I imagine 80k is going to be the stamp, or the price, I should say. Sneeko just decides to rip it for 20, well, a little bit under 20 bigs, like 15 big blinds. See, this is the difference between having this hand in early position versus having this hand in later position. If it's early position, you have more players to get through. Therefore, jamming has to get through more players, which it's just less likely that it will, because there's more players to get through, because there's more hand combinations. So kind of raising for min in them earlier positions, yeah, makes more sense, because you can just raise fold. When you have only 3 or 4, maybe 5 players, well, ideally probably 4 players max, i.e. the cutoff, You have the button, small blind, and big blind to get through. It's less players, so you can actually just jam a lot more because you've less players to get through, going to have more fold equity, etc. Especially off that stack size as well. As I said, tighter positions or earlier positions, you probably would just either come in for a min raise or even fold that off that stack size. We got Wen here, 27 big blinds. Is going to be coming in for a raise with ace-5 suited. Alexander Metz. As I said, this guy has been quiet, but for sure he will not be quiet now. I think this is one of the only hands he's 3-bet so far. I mean, to be fair, I think he's maybe raised first in three out of 30 hands, something like that. But to be fair to him, he hasn't picked up that many hands. And I like the size in here. I think 2.5 to 3x is going to be 100% here. Probably a little bit on the smaller side because of the stack sizes. But I do like this. This is like 2.5 or close to it. I think when Salva here might just decide to go the 2 big blinds. Look, dudes, you have a very, very short stack here. Queen 9 suited might be the best hand, one of the best hands you come across here. And this is extra money in the pot here for Wen. So this is about 6 big blinds, you could say, thereabouts. Wen opened. So it's like 4.5 big blinds more. Getting about 3 to 1 here in a call. I definitely think you should be calling the ace-5 suited here and just look to just try and get something in on the flop or just hit the flop itself. I think once Salva puts in the extra couple of big blinds here, ace-5 suited should definitely call here. Very surprised. I think Wen is a bit of an action player anyways. I don't think he's going to be passing on too many of these. Wow, I'm very surprised to see that. I mean, look, again, guys, don't take my word for granted here or to take my word as factual. But instinctively, I'm very surprised to see ace-5 being folded there with the extra 2 big blinds in the middle or the extra bit of dead money. I think that's just enough to put in a call here with the ace-5 suited, regardless of the flop. King's obviously dominating the queen 9 suited here. And Salva is drawn dead on that turn, unfortunately. Drawn pretty dead on the flop regardless, but definitely dead on the turn. And we lose another player, guys. Dropping like flies. I gotta admit. We still have a lot more players to get knocked out to get to where we want to be. To finish this final feature table coverage. Playing down to 27 players, guys, and we'll get a graphic of the table or the amount of players left. But for the moment, we have the chip counts. We got Felix, Alex, and Wen, the top 3 players. Zico, Robin, and Zalot, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Christian and Marius, 7th and 8th. And you can all see, guys, they're all above 15 big blinds, plus 15 big blinds. And look, if Marius somehow got a double up against Felix, it would literally just trade places. So, in fairness, I would say that a lot of these chip stacks, on the feature table at least, are relatively close. Felix here now with the 10-9 suited. Yeah, MGM, just like, look, in case you didn't hear, cash games is my bread and butter. I play a lot of 6-max online, 500ml and 200ml. And so my MTT spots for pre-flop ranges and all that may not be that exact, but for sure instinctively there's a lot of spots where I think the decision is obvious. And unfortunately, some of these players, in my opinion, are missing out on some of them opportunities. But look, as I said already to Stingy, you're just not going to see the correct decision all the time here. And bear in mind, I'm not going to say the correct thing all the time either. I'm only basing it off my own experience and what I've saw. But as I said, there's definitely some clear-cut decisions that are very, very obvious to me. But someone else might not be the case. But either way, we're heads up to this flop here with Felix, who's obviously just going to be c-betting a very, very high frequency on this board. King high rainbow in these positions, you can probably just c-bet your entire range, I would say. Not be worried about being exploited, I would say, with check raises and all that stuff, and especially versus the big blind, who's just going to have to check fold a decent amount. It's kind of hard to do anything. Even if there was like a spade on the flop there, I don't think he can even call. I think it's just going to be a pure fold. He can maybe mix in some check raises, but again, off 30 big blinds, it gets a little bit more close in what you decide to check raise. I'd imagine it's just going to be a lot more equity-driven hands that you know that can improve, and not so much of the backdoor draws that that you would check raise on the flop itself. You know, stuff like 5-4 diamonds, whatever that case may be. We have a dead deal or bum deal, whatever way you want to call it. I'm not sure what it's like or called in other parts of the world, but in Ireland we call that a bum deal, where a card is exposed or the hand has to be rebuilt. It's basically what we say in Ireland. I'm not sure in other parts of the world what you would call a mistake deal or whatever that is itself. But as I said, in Ireland, or the way I've grown up, understanding what that's called, and we call that a bum deal in Ireland. We have our own we have our own language for certain words, some good, some bad. But yeah, that's what we call that, a bum deal, when the dealer makes a mistake, exposes the card or doesn't deal someone in a hand, whatever the case may be. We call that a bum deal. Got 115 of you guys watching on Twitch. Grateful for everyone else tuning in, guys. We're just an hour and a half, just over an hour and a half into coverage here, an hour and 40 from what I can see on the Twitch stream. Say, guys, we're playing down to 27 players tonight, so we still have another couple hours of play left. I mean, I would imagine players are falling pretty quickly on the outer tables. As you can see, I think we started this feature table coverage with 76 or 77 players, something along those lines. We're down to 52 already out of 1,165 players. Fortunately, this tournament did not reach the guarantee, guys, so there's an overlay of about 35k, something like that. Definitely 30k, I believe, anyways. So there's extra money on top due to that, but I'm sure the players that are in this tournament that get to that stage will not be complaining, or even any of the players left in the tournament so far will not be complaining about the overlay. €230 tournament, guys, 300k guaranteed, 1,165 players left, or sorry, that entered. We're down to 52 players, guys. We are playing down, I forgot to mention there in the previous comment or statement, that we are playing down to 27 players tonight, guys. The final 3 tables, we will have the day 3, the final day, play down to our winner tomorrow. So, as I said, we definitely have another couple of hours of play here. I assume we're going to be going on a break in probably a half an hour for 15 minutes or so. Still have action before that break. Yeah, sorry, Apocalypse, maybe it's 24. Maybe it's 8, whatever. I thought it was 9-handed for each of them, so 9, 18, 27 is what I assumed. But if it's 24, then apologies on my mistake. Maybe it is 24. It's usually 24, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah, doing these gigs once a month or once every 2 months, I forget the exact number, so apologies on that if that's the case, but I think 24 sounds familiar. So, as I said already, apologies for the mistake in the number. But 24 makes sense. Definitely the last 3 tables, that much I know. Whether that's 27 or 24, I'm gonna wait to find out anyways, mate, so no stress. Whether you're gonna be here until then, that's gonna be on you. As I said, we have a lot more action to get through here, guys. It is the 24 magic number. We have. We'll cross that bridge when it comes to an apocalypse. I'm going to be on the edge of my seat at 27, but I think it's usually 24 to be fair. The last one I did was the German Poker Day, where it was obviously a 11, 12 hour, 13 hour stream if I remember correctly. So there was no playing down to X amount, but yeah, the previous ones I did where it was a 2-day event, I think it's 24, yeah. But yeah, as I said, we'll wait, we'll wait until the end of that basically, whether it comes to 27 or 24. I'm so you've made me so unsure right now that I wouldn't even put money on it. Just when I saw the 24 number, I was like, that looks way more appealing. But anyways, back to the action, guys. Got Marius here in the hijack. He's a fan of this A6. He did A6 off there a couple of hands ago as well, if I remember correctly. It went into a 3-bit of win. That's what I remember happened. I think it's pretty much what it was. Felix here on the big blind. I think there's going to be very, very standard defense. So you can see here the blinds are now 25, 50k, guys, and a 50k ante as well. Apologies for not noticing that immediately, but blinds seem to be going up fairly quickly as well, which is something these shorter stacks need to be aware of. Very, very nice flop here from Marius. There is some backdoors for Felix. Some backdoors for Felix here. I mean, never check calling here, check raising. If you're going to do anything, it's either going to be check fold, check raise. That's going to be very dependent. Oh, look at this. This is... this will probably work most of the time, but, you know... This is actually very interesting, if I'm being honest with you. This is something that's not really incorporated into my game. I mean... Not that optimally, we'll say. There is certain times I will do this, but in these positions, and I suppose even in tournament poker as well, it's an interesting thing to see actually in practice. And you know, it's one of those things where I don't know how well. Maybe Marius is supposed to raise just a decent amount of the time as well, because if you don't raise, you know, if you don't raise your draws here or your backdoor draws or your value, then you're letting Felix realize his equity way too easily, and obviously that's a disaster. So yeah, I mean, look, I actually like the donk from Felix. It is going to work some of the time. It's just like, you know, it's always funny that when your instinct says to do something and then you face this action from the imposition player, you know, it obviously makes you feel a little bit insecure. Or, you know, something along those lines. You know, somewhat like, that's how I feel anyways, when I make a decision like that, where I'm like, oh, yeah, I could actually do this because, you know, it's better for my range than it is for him. And then I still face a raise. Yeah, it makes me feel a little bit like, oh, why did I bother doing that? But Felix, I think, had the right idea in mind and, you know, literally ran into the part of Marius' range where, like, he has 6x, which, to be honest, shouldn't actually have that much 6x. And I think that's what Felix was trying to, you know, target. You know, the ace highs, you know, the king highs, you know, the broadways, all that sort of stuff. Which, you know, if they didn't have any backdoors or they didn't have any, like, decent equity, they would just have to fold versus the bet. And I've no doubt that's what Felix was trying to target there for the most part. Alexander here now coming in for a raise. Sneeko, or sorry, not Sneeko, but Felix more or less hot committing himself here with the 3-bet all in, and Alexander here now waking up with a strong hand. Nico here now waking up with the Queen 9 as well. Probably just going to fold, I'd assume. Does, and Robin just going to have to fold as well. Not much more else he can do. When here now opening, or sorry, folding ace-5 off UTG. Nico here now on the button, obviously going to be opening here pretty happily. Looks like it's just going to get through here. Nico takes down that pot. Win here, going to be getting out of the way with the 5-3. Alexander expanding the raise first in range with the ace-7 off in this positions. For sure that's up for debate. Fold around to small blind. Zalot, unless he wakes up with something here. Jack 9 off is probably not one of those. Felix here now with a very nice looking hand with the 10-9 suited here. Seems to agree, comes in for a raise. Zico here now waking up with two cowboys, or sorry, pocket jacks. I think they're called fish hooks as well, that's what I was trying to think of. Or what is it, the YouTuber that says the jiggities? Radon, that's who it is. Anyways, back to the action. Zico here coming in for a 3-bet. Wonder will Felix be tempted to defend versus the 3-bet here? I mean, it's 3x, it's pretty close, but I think it should be a fold. It's kind of one of those spots where it can get a little bit dicey pre-flop, post-flop. If you hit anything, but we'll see, we shall see. Personally myself, I wouldn't call here, but he does decide to fold, which is, I think, very, very standard. Goes around to Zalot here now in the cutoff. 9-3 off is going to be in the muck as well, I'd imagine. Arias here on the button. Taking a look at the blinds stack sizes, I'd imagine. He's in for a raise. Wayne here. 9-3 off. Thinking about something. He's going to get out of the way, which is what he does. Got Christensen here. A Christian with definitely a hand, I should think. I mean, I definitely think he should 3-bet all in there. I think these offsuit ace-x just play better. Maybe you can start calling like some ace-8, ace-9 suited instead of 3-bet jamming them. I just feel like you're just gonna, it's just gonna play better as a 3-bet all in. I'm not saying there isn't a world I should say, that doesn't cold call here instead of 3-bet all in, but I just feel, given how Marius has been playing, he's gonna be opening relatively wide, at least something optimal, and you know, there's just going to be a lot of raise first in it and having to fold versus a 3-bet jam. I just remember hearing before stuff like these offsuit ace-x, like ace-7, ace-8, even ace-5, ace-6 are just better as a 3-bet all in here, especially off these stack sizes. These stack sizes are great because Marius opens 2 big blinds, Christensen just reships 13 big blinds, or 12 at least, 12, 13 big blinds. He's forced to fold King Jack, and obviously when you get called here, you're not going to be in great shape some of the time. But, you know, it's still about getting the folds. If you get the folds here and, you know, take down the pot pre-flop, like, that's a massive win in itself. Now you're in a position here where, you know, you're just going to have to fold, basically. I mean, there might be an argument to actually call there with the 10 of clubs. So maybe he should defend there. You know, maybe start folding the offsuit combos without a club, I guess. Or maybe you're never supposed to fold a good shot there with the 1 over. When you have outs to the nuts, but you know, combos without a club there, are you happy to hit your queen if it's a queen of clubs, for example? But But yeah, definitely just prefer getting that in pre there. And the thing is, maybe that never crossed his mind at all. And for me personally, that's the first thing that came to my mind. That you just want to take down these blinds and antes. And, you know, if you get called, you get called. You know, if you get folds, then that's just a massive win. So that's all I'm thinking about in that spot. Will I get enough folds here to justify 3-betting all in here? And for sure, in them positions, definitely. Versus tighter positions, like versus hijack or cutoff even. Cutoff, I still probably 3-bet jam 13 big blinds. But, you know, versus tighter formations or tighter positions, I think you need to be a little bit more cautious. But against the button raise first in man, and it's Marius, who's obviously been relatively active, probably shouldn't be calling there and only 3-betting all in, I think. But anyways, back to the action. Win here now, Jack 9 on the button facing the raise first in from Seco. Again, when I know how I know how much you may want to play. Christensen here now with 11 big blinds. There might be some cold calls here, to be fair. There might be some hands like Jack 10 here. They might want to just cold call here, maybe Queen 10 suited. You know, them sort of hands. Obviously, when you 3-bet off 11 big blinds, you literally have no fold equity versus a jam. So I don't think you ever play 3-bet to this size. You just either 3-bet all in, or you just have a cold calling range, or you fold. And as I said, the only cold calling I can see here is maybe some Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, them sort of hands that, you know, kind of don't want to 3-bet all in, but want to see a flop as well and try and, you know, flop some equity. But realistically, you never have a 3-bet range here except like 3-bet all in, or sorry, 3-bet size and except 3-bet all in, because you're off 11 big blinds, and like, you know, there's such a vast amount of my range there that I'm going to fold there from Zico's perspective. Like, you have no fold equity, and then you kind of have to ask yourself, well, what is this guy doing this with off that stack size? And like, you know, it's like, it's a size that I want to get called. You know, if he just had some hand where he wasn't too happy about being called, he's just going to 3-bet all in there, you know. And if he has a hand where that's not good enough, you know, he's just going to fold most of the time. And as I said, if he's cold calling there, only stuff I can imagine is going to be like some Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, maybe 9-10 suited, maybe some Ace 4, Ace 5 that might do that off that stack size. I'm not really sure. I think you're never really calling there at all. I guess you're just like 3-betting all in with whatever part of your range, I assume. But definitely never 3-betting that size. That much I can guarantee. A lot here now, waking up with another relatively strong hand, some might say. Sick brag there, Apocalypse. Just pop back into chat there saying you're just in a series here of qualifiers for a 550 ticket to the Malta Grand Prix. Yeah, good. Best of luck with it, bro. Best of luck with it. I'm sure that well, I'm gonna say I hope the qualifier doesn't go on as long as the stream. So by the end of it, you'll have updates before the stream or coverage finishes that I'd like to hear you get on. I usually take Sundays off myself from playing Apocalypse, so you know, these commentary gigs, when I do decide to do one or when Dan isn't available, pretty happy to do it. I'm pretty happy just to, you know, even on a day off, just still play, watch some poker. The other 5-6 days of the week, just, well, we have an all in here, guys, just to cut off my story short, and we're getting a snap call by Zalot and Felix. Unfortunately getting the bad news, but you know, Felix still has a stack size left, I believe, or yeah, it's 900k in total. So he still has 12 big blinds, but you know, pretty standard spot in terms of a hand that's supposed to raise, a hand that's probably supposed to 3-bet a lot. I mean, it's 15 big blinds. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the bottom of the 3-bet all-in range here is. Probably going to be like maybe some Ace Jack suited, maybe some Ace 10 suited, but that might be better off as a call. So probably Ace Jack suited. The rest of them might just be a cold call. Even Ace Jack, I don't know if I like 3-betting all in these positions because it was under the gun +2. But anyways, Felix needs a queen, guys. A queen and a queen only, or some running straight cards. We're going to be losing Felix in 47th place. And Ace of Spades is covered by Zalot. So 5 or a queen. So Felix is going to be... Oh, look at this! I think that might be Felix's one time, guys. If he goes on to run deeper, I should say, in this tournament. But a very, very nice runner for Felix, and a very, very nasty runner for Zalot. It's a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. And the best part was he had the ace, he had the spade blocker to the flush as well, so it couldn't be a 5 of spades. Maybe the 5 of spades is out there. I can't remember the exact board. Probably wasn't. Anyways. It's nice. It's a nice story, Apocalypse, to add on to when you actually win the ticket. Go to Malta, run deep in the main event, and probably get a final table score. Would you be happy with a final table score? I'd be happy with a final table cash. You know, given how you know, fortunate you've been to win the ticket from the first place from the free roll, then go through the next step and the next step. And you know, if you just go on to cash in a final table while you're over in Malta, I think that's a pretty good ROI there, if I do say so myself. Scott here, or Salot here, excuse me. Yeah, I'd be pretty content with that as well, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Gazala here now opening the 10-9 suited under the gun +1. Got Wayne debating when to fold. Christian here now probably the type of player whom I thought might be inclined to just call there. Jay Wiz in the house, coming in for a 12-month streak. Welcome on in, sir. How we doing? Alexander here now, who's hole calling on the button. It's a little bit up for debate in terms of the ace X suited you're trying to call here, but Felix, after getting a little bit unlucky, getting lucky in the previous pot, definitely going to be coming in for a squeeze here, and I'm thinking something around the 350, 400k. And he just decides to jam. You know, it's kind of one of those things where maybe this is the only sizing to do. Given that Zalot has 16 big blinds, it's a pretty strong squeeze, and there was no real hesitation in the decision either, so looks pretty strong when he does that. I think I prefer a normal 3-bet all in there, or sorry, 3-bet sizing maybe 3.5 to 4x again. I think it was a 100k raise, the button call. Yeah, I think I like 450 there was probably a good sizing instead of all in. Could even go 350, 400 still in that spot, but I think kind of have to add a little bit more on when there's been a cold caller originally. 3.5 to 4x definitely is what I do there. But nice for him to add a few chips there after, I mean, as I said, he got pretty goddamn lucky in the hand previously, so adds a few more chips to a stack. And now Marius is the one picking up queens this time. Coming in for 2.1x size in here. Sorry, 2.2 technically. Zico here now in the small blind debating something a little bit ambitious, to say the least. Just get out of the way. Folds around to Robin, who definitely will not be doing much with the 7-2 suited. This is the last hand, guys, before we go on a break. Marius is going to fold. I'd imagine they got Wen now picking up a monster just before the break. And I don't think he's going to be the type of guy to be doing anything else and be going all in with this hand if possible. Comes in for 2.5. Poor Christensen is going to run into the ace-king here. I think he should just be 3-betting all in. I don't think there's anything else to do here with ace-queen. It's just a little bit unfortunate that Wen has woke up with a hand to call the 3-bet. Wow, that should never ever happen, guys. Ridiculous fold. Absolutely ridiculous fold. I mean, that just shouldn't happen. Maybe because he wanted to go on break, I'm not sure, but that should never happen. I mean, amazing fold given the timing, but that should never ever happen, lads. Never ever happen. Wow. Flop here, 6-3-4. Imagine this is going to go check, check. Probably check, check again on the turn, and more than likely check, check on the river. That's what I assume is going to happen. That's what happens again on the turn. We'll see what comes on the river. As I said, guys, I can't imagine anything but check, 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 check. What nickname do I want? I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you on that one, Apocalypse. I literally have no good nickname. They're all bad nicknames. Anyways, we're going to go on a break now, guys. So I'll leave you on that note. I think it's a 15-minute break. Well, a little bit shorter, 12 minutes. So we will turn at that point. So we will speak to you guys then.
Was his real name, one like an EPT,
oh yeah,
like oversold in another one, and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King, Jack, Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know.
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
9-5 to be exact.
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Hidden, understandably not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what? Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded the 7?
No.
I opened into Tim's big
No
line.
active businesses. Yeah.
8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams
you?
just makes the call. 4 of spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Does announce all in, and
can I just have a confirm account?
he's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to ace jack, king jack. Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, out-pipped by 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 players here
Good game, man.
in the 50K Diamond High Roller. So we lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had, King Jack?
Wow, blind v blind. Sam Grafton 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, it's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them the Kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs. Queen of Spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody's gambling around.
Now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. The cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out Pappy. I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every life situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK said, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old rose stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punat Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyadh just gets to click call. Cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Bergmos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing other than the tees, with it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Bergmos in 43rd. GG's, chat.
Welcome on back in, guys, for our Day 2 coverage of the European Poker Sport Championship. I'm your commentator, Alan Finn, and here we have at the Chip Council's feature table with Felix, Marius, and Wayne, top 3 guys leading the way. Alexander, Zico, Christian, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Robin and Zealot, 7th and 8th. So everyone's plus 10 big blinds, guys, as well. Just bear that in mind. Still plenty of play left, even for the shorter stacks on the feature table. But I do like to feel anything that's below sub 8, I suppose, is where you kind of in a situation where you might feel on life support, but anything 10 plus shouldn't be an issue at this point, and not something you should be too overly concerned about compared to the other stack sizes on the table itself. But yeah, feature table, we got 9 guys here battling it out. We saw some interesting plays, some good, some bad, in my opinion. But definitely been some interesting spots, regardless. Got Wayne here now, under the gun +1. 19 big blinds. Blinds gone up again, guys. 30, 60k with a 60k big blind ante, excuse me. Wayne coming in here now. 19 big blinds coming in for a raise to 135. Likes to add the extra 0.1, 0.2 from what I've seen. When, in fairness, that's a sign of a confident player. Again, if you were here from the start of the stream, I mentioned that usually when guys open, min open for like 2x or 2.1, 2.2, it's probably a sign of a more experienced, more regular type of player. And then you see guys opening for 3x and 3.5x, it's usually an indicator of a weaker, or should I say inexperienced player, not realizing that they don't have to open that big, and if they do, they have it with strong hands, and you know, just kind of very obvious size and tells. Back to this hand here, I mean, I'd imagine Marius might just be 3-betting all in, and Wayne is just going to be snap folding, I guess. There's a lot of strong ace-x here you probably have to fold, like even stuff like ace-jack suited is going to be a fold here. Obviously all the weaker ace-x are going to be a fold, but ace-jack suited I would say is still a fold here for 17 big blinds. It's a pretty big shove. But as I said, I feel this is going to be very strong. I mean, optimally, I don't think, like, there's obviously meant to be some pocket pairs in here and stuff like that. So I think, like, ace-jack suited is probably on the cusp, but I'd still say ace-jack suited is a pretty easy fold here, honestly, and start calling stuff like ace-queen suited. Obviously, ace-king is a call, probably. Jeez, I wonder are 9s even a call here? Like 7s and 8s is probably going to be a fold. 8s are like, you know, maybe you could start calling 8s at a frequency. 7s below, I'd imagine, is pretty easy fold. 9s is kind of probably a higher frequency call than 8s, but I just don't feel I can call them all the time. I mean, 10s, I think is pretty self-explanatory in terms of like a pure call. But 8s and below is where it starts being mixed. I'd assume 9s is probably, as I said, a high frequency call itself, maybe mix and low frequency fold. But, just from Wayne's perspective of what he wants to call here, yeah, it's a pretty tight range, guys. It's a pretty tight range. And this is why the big blind is actually meant to be doing this with a lot of like small pocket pairs like 4s, 5s, 6s, because he's going to get hands like king jack, king queen suited, ace jack suited, as I mentioned. And you know, that's the whole idea. And sometimes you will get called by ace king, sometimes you get called by ace queen suited, and you're flipping, you know. But if you take into account the amount of folds you're going to get here, I'm not saying Wayne is opening like uber wide, but he definitely has a lot of raised folds, I would assume. So it's just how much he kind of has to fold in this spot. But I feel like ace-jack suited is still a pretty, I don't know if it's a pure fold, but I would say it's In this situation against this field, I would say it's a pretty easy fold. Yeah. Shows the ace. And Marius doesn't show zilch. Well, yeah, when definitely going to have to fold a lot of ace-x there. And as I said, probably just call the ace-queen suited. I'd imagine it's going to be the bottom of the suited ace-x anyways that you're going to call in that spot. Alexander here now with a pretty looking queens. We've seen queens being thrown around here quite a bit on this feature table. I think this is close to the 4th, if not 5th time that someone's been dealt queens. I mean, we are changing the dealers, so not like we can blame the one single dealer. Obviously rotating every 30 minutes, I believe, or something along those lines. That's Zico here now with 9s, which, to be fair, I mean, there's still a couple of guys behind him, but I think 9s is too strong not to. I'm not going to say jam it. It's kind of one of those spots where, like, I think it's close between 3-bet and call. Again, if this was later positions, for sure, this is just going to be at least a 3-bet, if not a 3-bet all-in most of the time. But again, it's kind of good few players left behind. Hand is still strong. You know, don't really want to 3-bet, and if you get called, you're probably going to be in trouble a decent amount of the time. So I think calling in this exact formations, I think it's a good play. And Marius then feeling the price of just completing in the small blind. Well, not completing, but calling the raise. When might feel somewhat obliged as well, although this hand plays really bad multi-way. Yeah, always the dealer, Apocalypse. Always the dealers, bro. There isn't any, like, maths or probability involved. It's just like the dealer. The dealer is out to get you. When does come along, price is too good. Middle set here for Zico. Top pair from Wen. Over pair for Alexander. This could get extremely messy. Who is calling for the Queen of Diamonds on the turn? Queen of Diamonds would be interesting. Or even clubs. A queen on the turn would be very nice either way. Alexander coming out for a bet here. And I like a slow play here from Zico if he can find it. I really hope he can, because if he doesn't and he decides to raise here, this is extremely strong given it's the guy that raised first in originally who's c-betting into 3 players. So I really hope he just finds a call here. I think that really is going to maximize the EV here by just calling. And he does decide to call. It's a super, super dry board as well. You're not really too concerned over any turn cards. Yeah, a queen's not great, a king's not great, a jack's not great. Anything outside that is probably pretty much a blank. I see, going back to what I said originally in terms of pre-flop, this top pair situation here from Wen, multi-way, it's going to get pretty goddamn dicey on future streets. I'm not going to lie, there's probably some... Oh, wow. This is a colossal mistake by Wen. And this 9's hand for Zico is after working out extremely, extremely well here. Wen should not be raising that flop. Wen shouldn't even be in this hand. Oh, this is just a compound or a domino effect of just calling pre-flop, bro. But he shouldn't be raising on the flop. This is criminal to be raising this on the flop. In my opinion, anyways. Like, I don't blame Alexander for, like, going all in here, or basically 3-betting. Yeah, 3-betting all in. Wen just threw away about 600k there for no reason. And yeah, it's a very, very unfortunate spot for Alexander. Very, very unfortunate spot. Wen really lost way more than he needed to do there. I mean, obviously once, it's just a crazy spot to raise a top there. You know, Alexander c-betting into 3 players. And, you know, the in-position call caller who called the raise first in from Alexander originally. You know, it's not like his range is very, very wide. Yeah, just really, really, really not ideal. Not ideally played with the 10-8. I honestly would just fold pre-flop. And we lose Alexander, or basically lose him. He's down to a small blind. 0.5 of a big blind. And he's actually under the gun next hand, so I'm not going to say you should go all in blind, but you probably should go all in blind. Should probably go all in blind. Bit of an unfortunate spot for Alexander. I don't blame him for doing anything outside of what he did there. I think obviously raising first in pre-flop is fine, betting the flop is fine, and then it's obviously not ideal when Wen raises the flop. But yeah, like Wen should never be raising that flop. It's just like, if I'm honest, I don't mind the defend pre-flop. I wouldn't call myself because I know how badly it plays multi-way. And, you know, flopping a pair or flopping a draw or whatever, you know, turns and rivers are just going to get dicey. I'm not going to lie, there's argument for just folding top pair there, but I think that top pair with a backdoor is probably still going to be potentially called in that spot. But like if you had like 10-6 or 10-7, I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that's just a fold on the flop from the big blind, because you don't have many other outs to improve in terms of like backdoor equity. And also, you know, as I said, the original raise first in player is betting into 3 other players, and the guy who called the raise first in originally has called in position. So when you're making that decision there, you need to have backdoor equity, especially because you're out of position as well. If you're in position, you can probably call. If that somehow happens that you have that hand in position, fair enough. But out of position there, given the action pre-flop, sorry, the action post-flop. Yeah, I just think I'm not saying fold the flop with top pair, but you should never be raising it, especially with that hand. Like, you will find some raises there. I think like bottom pair, you know, blocking some of the sets would be a good one to do that with, but never top pair there. You know, you're either miles behind or marginally ahead when you do that, if you're ever ahead. So that spot, you need to be very, very cautious, realistically. You know, you see Wen like on a very, very short stack here now, which Christian will 100% be calling. Oh my God, come on, bro. Why are you folding ace-10 there? You folded ace-queen before the break. I mean, each to their own. But you can't stay folding these hands, man. These are just like massive spots. You're after missing out on an opportunity to win 400k here. You know, 7 or 8 big blinds, like. Alexander's actually in a very good spot here to actually barely classify this as a double up, but yeah. I just think folding ace-10 there is just diabolical. You know, it was blind v blind there as well. So that's even more of a reason to call. Like, it's just can't be waiting around for premiums the whole time, and then even when you get them, you start folding them. It's just crazy. And you would have doubled up, like. I mean, again, I'm not being results orientated here, but like ace-9 in that spot, blind v blind, is just like you're miles ahead of his range. Alexander gets the double up. I mean, again, I don't want to classify it as a double up, but technically it is. Apologies, guys. I think there was an issue with the sound, but we got it sorted again there. CJ Wiz saying that in the chat. Apologies on that, but either way, I was just more or less talking about the 6-5 fold on the big blind from Archer's comment, is what I was talking about, in case you were worried. But yeah, I think it was hijack versus big blind acre. So first them in open for sure, that's going to be a defend. I think of that stack depth as well, I think there were 15, 20 big blinds effective. But you will see stuff like that. You will see people overfold their big blind. I think that's a common mistake that a lot of players do. Not even live players, but just players in general. They're just not defending their big blind enough. And if you're overfolding that, you're definitely leaving a bunch of EV on the table. So study them ranges, in my opinion, to get a better level of awareness and just better level of understanding. You only improve as a player by doing it anyways. Are picking up a pretty looking ace-2 suited here, under the gun, +2. Comes in for a min raise, and we got Christian here, going to be getting out of the way with the Queen 9 suited. Alexander flicking it in with the King 10 suited as well. Felix here now on the button, 150k to call, basically 2.2, 2.3, but probably just better off folding there. And this hand, I think Nico will want to defend. I'd be very surprised if he folds this. Don't think he's going to raise, because I don't think it makes much sense, unless you really want to isolate Alexander. If it was the case where, you know, there was a bounty on Alexander's head, I would see this being 3-bet all in very, very, or 3-bet at some point, or to some size. But given that's not the case, I think cold calling here is probably the best play. Fold, and I'd be very surprised. I suppose the only other downside is that Art can maybe reopen the action. Like, that's the other downside, where you might not actually get to realize your equity. I think a lot of the time that won't happen, but I could be wrong in that assessment. I think that's what he's thinking. I think if it was the case where Art couldn't reopen the action, then he might have called there. I think it makes sense to do that, but now it's kind of when he possibly can. I'm not sure. I think he can. I'm nearly sure he can reopen the action there. So if that's the case, he was maybe a little bit conscious that that might happen, where he would have put in, you know, 150k for no reason and then be forced to fold. And he's out of position too. I think calling and folding is probably fine. 3-betting is definitely not a thing. And unfortunately, well, fortunately for Alexander, it's a king high flop. He could be on up to 5 big blinds if he wins this. And looking pretty well, looking pretty good, I should say, on top of that. So an ace or 2, and we keep Alexander. So Art loses a very, very small pot, to be fair, but loses the pot regardless. Alexander chipping a chair, as they say. Man is now on 5 big blinds after being on half a big blind, literally 5, maybe max 6 hands ago. The dream is still alive for our man Alexander. I love a good chip in a chair story. He's double checking that he has 5 big blinds. Oh, for sure, Lorden, it is a very good comeback. I mean, you have to get lucky to come back, but you know, as I said, once you go all in and the cards are on their back, the rest is out of your control. But still nice when it does kind of happen that way. Now, I mean, look, if he gets another 2 double ups, it's going to be close to the 20 big blind mark, if not more. So, fingers crossed that happens. Hasn't really done much wrong. Has done anything wrong? I don't think so. When he's bought his one-way ticket to All In, maybe he should have bought a return ticket. If you buy a return ticket, you're probably expected to win. But either way, man is all in, and it's going to get called by Art, I'd imagine, off that stack size. Again, given the positions, Marius, he's just going to have to fold King Jack here. I think it's pretty standard. We're just getting a count here. Maybe this is enough to potentially make Art fold, but I don't think so. It's like 5 big blinds, give or take. And he's 2 overs, so Wen was hoping to see something like a lower pocket pair, or maybe some ace-5, ace-7, ace-8 suited, something like that, where he only has the 1 over, but 60-40, Mr. Wen, but these are the ones you have to win, or otherwise you're going to be going home, my friend. Flop is queen high, 9s are still good. And Art lose a second all in here. Again, it's not going to affect his stack too much, but he still can lose another bit. And it's an 8 on the turn. An ace or a 10. Mr. Wen is going to double up. Not an ace or a 10, and another double up for one of our players, one of our shorter stacks. Art came here with 67 big blinds, still has 60. Nothing to be worried about just yet. Nothing to be worried about for quite some time, if I'm honest. But a nice hold nonetheless. And mind you, an important one. So Mr. Wen has thankfully gotten back some of them chips he lost in that 10-9-3 rainbow flop multi-way, four-handed or 4 to the flop, where he made, in my opinion, a pretty big mistake. Multi-way, raising top pair into a very, very strong range versus 2 other players. At the raise fold. Either way, the man is back on 16 big blinds after being down to sub 5, I think, at one stage, or something like that. But either way, the man is sitting relatively strong again on 16 big blinds. Nothing to be worried about at the moment. Alexander here has decided to ship it in for 450k. See, will he get any callers? Not going to get any from Robin. Marius might be tempted if he wasn't the big blind, but not in the small. And we got the old Dex's Dolly for Art, who will be folding, I guess. That's exactly what happens. So Alexander, 10 big blinds now, guys. It's like nothing happened at all. It's like nothing happened at all. I don't even remember I don't even remember how his stack got so short. I just know that he's got 10 big blinds plus at this stage. .170 people watching on Twitch, guys. Appreciate the accommodation. Just under 3 hours into the stream. We will be playing down to 24 players from what Apocalypse told me. I thought it was 27, but I'll have to finish what I'm saying after this hand because we got Alexander Chipping a chair bird, that's exactly what it is, mate. And he's been a prime example of that so far. Going all in here now for the fours, or with the fours for 10 bigs. Can this get through? It's going to fall around to the blinds anyways, that's for sure. Art. Not going to be calling. Well, it might. I'm sure Alexander wouldn't be too upset if it did go on forever, Bird. I think Alexander would be pretty goddamn happy. He wants this to go on forever. Yeah, look, Wayne, I mean, absolutely zero debate here, bro. Just on to the next hand, mate. He does find Z-fold, but then. Yeah, he's on 12 big blinds now, guys. This is a good example. Unlucky Apocalypse, bro. Unlucky, mate. Decent run all the same. Decent run all the same. I know it's a bit kind of, what's the word? Stereotypical to hear that, oh yeah, it was a deep run, but man, to get to where you got to, it's still not a bad achievement, although you've not much to show for it, so to speak. Except a good story. Zico here now. Zico here now, probably coming in for a little raise. Is that a call? No. 125, yeah. Great chips are obviously 100k. Mr. Wayne here in the small blind debating something. Whether to call, raise or fold. I think all options to some extent are possible here, but I think folding is probably best. Especially off that stack size. Not much more. Oh man, Wayne, you're speaking my language, bro. I love this shit. Excuse my language. But I love this move. It's a power poker. Power poker from Mr. Wayne. He's obviously relatively aware of how potentially wide Sneeko can open here. I'm not going to say it's going to be very, very wide, but with the stack size and, you know, maybe using that to his advantage, being early position, might be open a little bit wider. And Wayne has obviously trusted his instinct and believed that that is the case. It says call here, guys. I don't think that's a call. I think this is going to be a very, very easy fold. I think the graphics are, yeah, just need to be re-edited. But yeah, Sneeko's not going to be doing anything else except folding here. Like, there's just no debate. I really like this 3-bet all in from Wayne. It's very aggressive, but I feel like having, you know, blocking the value with the ace is self-explanatory. You know, you're blocking all the strongest ace-X that can possibly call, ace-queen of diamonds, ace-queen of jack, you know, all that sort of stuff. Just ace-X of diamonds suited. But yeah, very nice 3-bet all in there from Mr. Wynn. It's players like that, in my opinion, that will go far. That they're just not afraid to do or take the aggressive action and not worry about, just basically not being risk averse. And, you know, the impression I got from Wynn is like he's obviously very aggressive, but he's going to make mistakes at some point, or he's going to have bad timing, or whatever the case may be. But, you know, having the heart and just, you know, the mindset to say, right, I'm going with this regardless. Takes a very interesting character to do that. And I feel like if you have that mindset, you will go further than someone else that doesn't. But a very nice 3-bet all in nonetheless. Like everyone's guaranteed a little under €1,000 right now, 980. Next player out will. The next player out will still get that. The next player, yeah. So 35 players left are guaranteed over 1,100. But right now you're guaranteed just shy of €1,000 for cash. Decent chunk up top in terms of top 4 will receive a WSOP Main Event ticket as well alongside the prize money. First place like 46k, second place 28k, third place just shy of 20k, etc, etc, etc. So there's obviously a lot to play for in terms of the volume of money, but there's obviously a lot of right decisions you need to make to get there. And we see Alexander taking down another one there. He's done all right to get back to where he is. He's done very, very well, to be fair. Cannot fault anyone that comes back from half a big blind to not being the shortest stack at the table. Let's just put it that way. Let's just put it that way. So well played him. Well played him. Alexander shipping all in here from the small blind. Felix. If he's played with Alexander before, he just decides not to bother. I mean, it's fair enough. I was going to say, if he's played with Alexander before, he might be somewhat tempted to call wider, but yeah, when you have 26 big blinds and somebody's shoving 13, 14 big blinds into you, I think you can probably wait for a better spot than, you know, just gambling with King 6 off there because somebody is jamming wide. Just wait for a better spot, as they say. We have the chip counts, guys, in case you didn't realise. Are still leading the way pretty happily. And Robin in the bottom stack at 9. You can see Alexander on the 15, 16 big blind mark. It's a bit funny that he was on half a big blind literally 10 to 15 hands ago at most. Mr. Wayne here picking up Ace King off here. Let's give the graphics a moment to catch up on the previous. Takes it down. Takes it down. Archer now at 9-8 suited. Only good enough hand to come in for a little raise. Christian looking like he's on a little bit of a shorter stack as well. Needs to be a little bit conscious of that, but still doing okay for the moment. Alexander here now on the cutoff of 15 bigs. Might be 10, I think. I don't think we can ever fold here. I think decides to do that. I was going to say maybe all three options are reasonable here, but I think 3-betting off that stack size is probably a little bit ambitious. And if you're just going to do it, you should just 3-bet jam. So I feel like cold calling is a thing there as well, which is maybe something you should have thought about. I think cold calling that hand is going to be relatively good. But again, folding can't be that bad either. He takes down the pot. I think 6-5 again, if we could discuss something like that from a big line defense, might be something to work on. I didn't see the raise first inside, if I'm honest, so if it was anything over 2x, then maybe we could start folding at a frequency or something like that, but I don't think it was. I think Art is one of the guys that's probably going to be min opening a lot, so maybe 6-5 should be a defend there. It's them sort of hand combos that people probably miss. You know, like, we'll say, like, King 7, King 6 even, King 6 off there is probably defend versus min. You know, other people might end up folding them. But it also depends on your stack size as well. If you're like 8 big blinds or 7 big blinds, then maybe folding them is okay. But if you're anything like 10, 15 or anywhere close to 15, you should never be folding them, in my opinion. Art coming in for a raise here again. I don't blame him for being pretty aggressive here, but it's not like he's been that out of line with his choice of hands. Christian here now. I think he should just be 3-betting all in here. And the thing is, he might feel priced into call here, Art, but it's a pretty narrow range that Christian. I mean, if he knows a Christian or has any idea, played with Christian before. I mean, I don't think this is going to be that wide that you can justify calling King 10 suited, even though you have a relatively decent sized stack. I think fold in here is probably the best play. And maybe he might not hesitate. I would probably somewhat think about this, but I think fold in here is probably going to be the best thing to do. Yeah, I think he can probably find it. Oh, he finds the call. Ah! I think he could maybe find that fold if you really kind of played with Christian for a little bit longer, but like... I mean, he still has like close to 40% here. Maybe this is just always a call and not even up for debate. Again, I'm not really 100% sure how this looks. But he flops a king regardless. Redraw. Good shot. Any club, any jack, any club for Christian, or we lose a player. We lose the first player that we come back from after break. And the King 10 wins. We lose Christian, unfortunately. Christian goes home with just shy of €1,000, 980 euro to be exact, for a 230 buy-in tournament. Not a bad return on investment, if I do say so myself. Good run nonetheless as well, so congrats to Christian. Fold around to the blinds here from Marius. I don't think he's ever going to fold. I'd imagine call here a lot, but depends on the dynamic between the two of them. If they played much before, does he want to raise wide here? And he just decides to go for a call. Of that stack size, I think it's either that or fold, to be honest. And he decides to just ship it over that, which I think is a decent play from Art. So I kind of had the impression that he was a confident player before he joined the table. That holds true by the looks of it. We have a new player at the table, guys. Dennis Brukoff. Pronounced the surname correctly. Probably not, but we have a hand in play at the moment. Regardless, I will introduce him after this, but that is Dennis, regardless. Coming in with 600k, roughly. Seat 7. We've Zico here with the ace, king suited. Here he comes, coming in for just a min raise to 160. Keeping it consistent. Win here now. Not a lot he could do with this hand, unfortunately. Not sure what the debate / Hollywood is about this. I mean, it was all well and good with the ace-3 suited, but with 10-2, bro, we have to draw the line somewhere. Apparently that was it. That was where the line was drawn. Sneeko here again. Robin finally biting the bullet here with a hand that's going to be more than good enough to ship 4 big blinds there, give or take. 4 or 5 big blinds here with ace jack off. Going to be folded around to the blinds at least. Mr. Wayne here, king 8 off. Just going to be folding that, I guess. That is what happens. This is actually a pretty close decision for Alexander, but I think it's going to be it's a call. I mean, for 4 big blinds, probably getting it close enough to that price to call that. I don't know if I called that, if I'm honest with you, because I think it's a lot more closer than probably what he thought. I mean, 4 big blinds off his stack is not a small amount, you know. But anyways, Robin with the ace-jack is the player at risk here. 60% favourite. Here we go to the flop, guys. Flop is queen high, 2 hearts. It's pretty good flop for a 10-7 of hearts, guys. Don't ask me to add up all the outs because I don't think I'm going to be able to, because there's a lot. That's not one of them. He still has close to 40% here on the river, and he bricks. Too many outs, guys. It's a saying. It's a fact. It's not even up for debate. Too many outs. It's so disgusting. I mean, there was definitely a 50-50 on the flop. If he wasn't a small favourite, I'd imagine, but either way. Ridiculous hold for Robin. Ridiculous hold. But not I'm sure he's not complaining, that's for sure. Robin gets the double up nonetheless, and Alexander is still in it. Don't forget that, guys. Our chip and chair player, the one we designated for the chip and chair call, still in it. We got Robin shipping it in here again. Sevens, the good old walking sticks. Let's get through a good few amount of players here. He's going to get through the first 3 guys ahead of him anyways. Mr. Wayne here on the button, Jack 3 off, or sorry, Jack 3 suited is definitely not going to be good enough. And he does get that through. Couple of blinds and antes added to that stack size, guys. He's on 13 now. Plenty of breathing room if he needs to sit and wait. Picked up another hand here. He's probably going to open ship this again. Might be tempted to raise, but I think just open ship in this, try and maximize fold equity is going to be the best play here. But he looks like he's just coming in for a raise, which again obviously has got to do with the position he's in. You know, if he was hijack cut off, I'd be pretty confident he'd just be open shipping here. But again, that's kind of the whole idea behind this, that you can actually raise fold this hand. I'm just getting out of the way here. And he wins, takes down another pot, Mr. Gutler. Robin Gutler. Don't know if I'm saying that surname right. My German pronunciation of surnames is definitely not my forte. So I'll just stick to the first names. Even at that is up for debate. I'm pretty sure that that's Robin. The first name, the surname. So don't quote me on that. How to say it, but either way. Just nearly 3.5 hours into the stream, guys. If I remember correctly, we probably started with 76, 77 players. And Apocalypse had mentioned earlier on in the chat, misunderstood or made a mistake in terms of when we're going to be finishing tonight, but I'm pretty sure it's the 24 player mark. So 8 more eliminations and we're going to be finishing up for day 2 and finishing out day 3 tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure on the starting time, but it's usually in the afternoon, something like 2 p.m. So 2 p.m. my time, which is Ireland. So it might be 3 p.m. Central European time. Again, I'll find out more details on that, but when we're live tomorrow afternoon, we are live. And we'll be finishing out playing down to a winner from the original, from the starting 24 players. Marius here under the gun +1, coming in for a raise. Sneak on the small blind here. Probably not a lot you can do here except fold, which is the conclusion he comes to. Excuse me. So I think this is the spot Robin understands that he probably has to defend versus the min open. But again, I don't mind it off that stack size, just preserve your chips. Again, that's very close to the bottom of your range. I think in this dynamic, if you have an edge or you feel you have an edge on the field, then, you know, maybe you don't need to take them small EV spots or, you know, whatever the case may be. Here we have the chip counts again, guys. Couple of sub 10 stacks there, but again, kind of, in my opinion, if you go below 8 big blinds is where the live support button can definitely be taken into consideration, but it's definitely the 5 big blinds and below is where you are on live support, in my opinion. Still definitely some playability between the 5 and 10 or the 5 and 8 big blind mark. You get to the 5, below 5, if you end up in that situation, it's pretty much only one move and one of 2 moves, and that's all in or fold. You know, 10 big blinds you can still raise fold in earlier positions, but I'm going to zip my mouth for a second and commentate on this hand with Zico on the button here with aces. Obviously not going to be folding. I imagine he's just going to make this 2.3, 2.5. Just goes for the min open as well. I kind of feel maybe when you're in later position you can maybe open a little bit bigger, but I don't think it makes too much of a difference in terms of what if people are somewhat still over folding versus min opens, then you should just open for min. It's that simple. Shouldn't matter too much. And unfortunately for Zico's aces, they are not going to get much action here. I don't think Dennis is going to defend this off the big blind, which is very unfortunate for aces, but you know, it is what it is. As the saying goes, it's better to win a small pot than to lose a big one with aces, and that holds true till this day. I'm not sure, that's been around for quite some time, that phrase, and it still holds true to this day. So look, don't be too upset that you didn't win a bigger pot, man. It could have been the other way very, very easily. Mr. Wen here now. I might be tempted to open this, but I wouldn't advise it off this stack size. But it wouldn't be the first time this evening that somebody's done something that I thought was the correct play or the best play. And he does decide to fold, which is good for him. Felix here now with pocket nines. Pretty looking hand. Comes in for a raise. Nico here on the cutoff. I think this is going to be a fold. I don't think there's much else to do here, if I'm honest. Now, Queen Jack suited, you can start thinking a little bit differently, but Queen Jack off is probably just going to go in the middle. That is what happens. Dennis again in the small blind. Not a lot you can do here. Marius then in the big blind. 6-3 off. It's going to be going in the middle as well. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Reiterate again, guys, we are playing down to the final 24 players this evening. I think at the moment we're on 31, 32 players out of 1,186 runners. There is a decent size overlay in this tournament, guys. €230 buy-in tournament, and it was a 300k guarantee. So I'll let you do the maths on 1,165 runners times the buy-in. A little bit short of the guarantee, but that's just extra payday, extra cheddar for the guys that finish in the big money, which, to be fair, all players are guaranteed at the moment, just over €1,100. Still a decent stretch away from the final table and all the bigger money, but you know, if you said to me that I would 3-4x my money every time I played a tournament, I would snap your hand off every single time. Because, in case you didn't realise, it's difficult to cash in tournaments. It's difficult to run deep in tournaments. Most of the time you will lose, but again, I'm going to zip my mouth because we have an all-in from Dennis. And I think Felix will be looking this up because he doesn't have that much fold equity. It's literally 3 more big blinds, if even. Yeah, it literally is three more big blinds, and you know, you just can't really raise fold this hand. Suited ace in this spot is just going to be relatively good shape. Not all the time, but some of the time anyways. And we are going to see a flop, guys. This is an all-in situation, and our friend Dennis, who's recently fresh on this feature table, is the player at risk. We shall see what happens. Go to a flop. Excuse me, as we go to a flop. Flop is Jack, Jack 4, Rainbow. Still some outs for King Queen here, but not exactly the board you were looking for. You're all in and at risk. And the ace lessens the outs for Dennis. We obviously know a 10 is dead. That was folded pre-flop. And we lose Dennis. And look, guys, can't be too upset. He takes home €1,100. €1,100 for his 32nd place finish. We are down to 31 players, guys. Again, I think that graphics updates after the players knocked out, so we're on 31 players now. As I said, we're playing down to 24 players, so another 7 eliminations, I believe. That or 8. I think it's 7 though. Player in the wrong vicinity or the wrong area. I've done that a few times. Walking into a casino after a few drinks and always somehow sitting down at a tournament table or an MTT table, getting told that it's not a cash table. Me being my drunken self, thought it was. Anyways, back to the action. Alexander deciding to ship it with the 5 big blind, the queen 3 off. I mean, maybe could have waited for a better spot. I understand you're in the big blind next hand, but this is never going to be a jam, even though you're on the big blind next hand. I would assume, anyways. And this is kind of, again, like, you still have another couple of players behind. Don't jinx it too quickly, Lorcan, or Lordon. But I think you're right. I think you're right. To be fair, he could have actually waited here for it, but maybe he just got that little bit impatient and just really didn't maybe feel too involved anymore. I don't know what way you want to phrase it, but yeah. I think Queen 3 was a little bit too much in terms of, you know, deciding to put your final chips in the middle. But he got the King Queen to fold here, which is, I don't blame him for folding because there's another 4 players behind. But I don't blame him for thinking about it either. It's totally justifiable. And it's an interesting comment, Adrian. But he's getting called here by Mr. Wynn. Yeah, I think he could have waited a little bit longer. I think the Queen 3 is like, look, I'm not saying, I know for sure this is not a shove with the Queen 3. There's, you know, 6 players, 7 players, 8 players behind, and you're not exactly on 1 big blind or even 2. You had just under 4 big blinds. I still think this is a fold. I think this is for sure still a fold. I think even if this folded around here on the button, it's probably still a fold. The Queen 3 is just really bad. But you know, Jack 9 still needs to hit here, guys. Still doing alright for Queen 3, guys. How many flips can this guy win? Wow, he wins another goddamn flip. Imagine that. I mean, I didn't even know if that was a flip. Looking at the 2 hands, it doesn't look like much of a flip. Mr. Wynn cannot believe this. Insane indeed, mate. Insane indeed. Just goes to show that Variance really doesn't give a shit. You know, he can still win like 10 50-50s in a row. You know, it's just that's the way, that's how skewed poker is, and people don't understand that. People just don't understand that. But yeah, again, he's not going to be complaining. That much we can all agree on. That much we can still agree on. But again, guys, Art leading the way on 54 big blinds. Monster chip leader. Under 60 of you guys in here tuning in, really appreciate it. If you haven't already, guys, there should be a Nightbot link for the YouTube channel. Please, if you do decide to head over there, please hit the subscribe button. We're closing in on 20k. I think it's on 18.6k at the moment, so any new subscribers would be awesome. And if you do go over there and you also subscribe, be sure to hit the notification bell, because when you do, you will be notified for a new video that will be uploaded each week to the channel. So when you do subscribe, try and hit the notification bell as well to be notified when we upload a new video, which, as I said, is going to be every week regardless. Who is doing commentary? My name is Alan. I'm from Ireland. I'm covering for Dan, who's feeling a little bit under the weather, I believe. And yeah, I'm 29-year-old from Ireland, professional poker player, professional cash game player. I don't really play MTTs, but yeah, covering for Dan this evening, who's normally in the booth. But as I said, he's not feeling too good. So as always, whenever he asks, I'm more than happy to do it, because if I'm honest, there's not much else I love doing more than talking about poker, watching poker, playing poker. Lucky to be in a situation that I get to play it for my job, my income. So yeah, it's just an added bonus to be able to do commentary on a Sunday evening, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be doing it tomorrow as well, so hopefully I won't have to ask again. You'll recognize the Irish accent. Well, Dan is Irish too, so I don't blame you for asking who's doing commentary, but yeah, we're both Irish. Yeah, just close to 4 hours, guys. We're 3 hours 40 minutes into the stream coverage. Hope you're all enjoying it. Day 2 of this European Poker Sport Championship from King's Resort. We have an all in here from Mr. Wynn. It's getting to this stage now, guys, where shacks are getting to a push fold kind of situation. I still think there's still a lot of playability of 10 big blinds, but Mr. Wynn is obviously a little bit shorter than 10 big blinds was before he won that hand anyways. He's had a pretty roller coaster stack, Mr. Wynn, throughout this feature table. He's made an appearance, I think it was before the first break, I believe, something like that. So yeah, he's had a pretty topsy-turvy kind of up and down situation. Made some interesting plays, but to be fair, I gotta say he's played pretty goddamn well. I mean, there's been some questionable stuff, if I'm honest, but like there's been a few interesting hands as well where I was like, you know, well played. But he's definitely been in the trenches. He's been in the battles, that's for sure. Marius now with Queen Jack under the gun +1. I think we're 7 or 8 handed at the moment, guys, as well. So we're not exactly a full ring table. Got Art here now. I mean, obviously this is going to be a 3-bet. It's just whether it's going to be a 3-bet all in, and that will depend on the stack sizes behind. Because if there's anything less than 15 big blinds behind, this is probably just going to be a 3-bet jam. If there's some stack size that's 20 big blinds plus, he's just going to have to probably 3-bet and then see what happens, I guess. And he does decide to 3-bet. You see Wen here, obviously with 9 big blinds, he was in the cutoff. There's obviously 4 more players behind him, so I assume that's what's going to be taken into account. You see 11, yeah, Felix was 24 big blinds, so he's kind of, and obviously Zico in the big blind as well, so he has to only 3-bet to a non-all-in size here, which makes a lot of sense. It's good sizing as well. I kind of had the impression that Art was going to be a competent player before he joined the feature table. I think again was just before the first break. You know, his hand selection in terms of pre-flop ranges are solid. His bet sizes seem to be pretty consistent with, like, you know, not making the size too big, not making the size too small, and just really picking just good sizing schemes for the most part. I haven't saw much post-flop stuff, but the pre-flop stuff from Art has been pretty solid, I would say. So can't fault him there, and you know, compliments in that regard. But yeah, he's obviously come in with close to 70 big blinds. Obviously the blind structure has changed, so his stack is going to be more shallow. But I still think he's above 40. Yeah, even more, 58 big blinds. What do I know? But yeah, very, very healthy stack size. And, you know, when a competent player or a very good player, whatever way you want to phrase it, has chip stack or has chips, they're 10 times more dangerous than if they had the average stack size, because they are going to put so much pressure on guys. They're going to be very aware of when to up the pressure, when to slow down, and just be very aware of the marginal EV spots where, you know, somebody else might miss out on, where he will capitalize on the mistakes basically. Again, I don't recognize any of the faces on the feature table and any of the past players from previous streams. I think this is the first time I've done it where I didn't recognize many of them. But you know, the buy-ins fluctuate as well, so there's obviously going to be different players. And plus it's an MTT, some are going to run better than the others and vice versa. So we have Felix coming in for a 3-bet here. 420, and yeah, again, I like this sizing. I think anything more than 450 is a little bit unnecessary. Even then, you could probably get away with like 2.5 to 3x here, but this is definitely a good size. I like it. Brief reminder again, guys, we will be playing down to 24 players this evening. We'll be finishing our coverage for day 3 tomorrow, where we will play down to our winner. I'm not 100% sure on the starting time, but it's usually in the afternoon, something like 2 or 3 p.m. Central European time. Something like that anyways. Could be a little bit earlier, but I don't think it's any later than 3. It'll be posted on social media if you don't see it any time before that, but we will be finishing down to 24 players this evening, and we will be finishing our action tomorrow for day 3, playing down to a winner. Got Felix here now with a decision. Decides to pass. Perfect, Jay Wiz. Appreciate that, bro. So that'll be 1 p.m. my time. Is that the actual coverage on Twitch, or is that when the tournament actually just resumes? Because I know the times are usually different between the starting time of the actual tournament and the actual starting time of the coverage. I think that's usually a half an hour to an hour afterwards, so it might be 2:30 or 3:30 Central European time, something like that. Yeah, Twitch is 2:30, yeah, so it's a 30-minute delay. Fair enough. So that'll be 1:30 my time, I believe. Yeah, I definitely prefer when it's split into 2 days. The last one I did was the poker day, the German poker day, where that's kind of one stream through, and it's obviously going to fluctuate. I would say the bare minimum you're going to do in that situation is like 8 to 10 hours, and then it can stretch a little bit longer depending. I think it was like 13 or 14 hours when I did the last one. I forget when it started, but yeah, when it's kind of split into 2 days like that, man, it's not so daunting, and I do feel mentally refreshed after a sleep, and you know, just being more cognitively sharp in the morning / afternoon than evening / nighttime or early hours of the morning. But I mean, look, we're talking about poker, man. I don't really care. I don't care what time of the day it is, so I'm happy enough to do it regardless. Less that I can actually make money from doing commentary and playing a game for a living. It's pretty nice to be able to say it. But yeah, anyways, back to the action. Got Robin open jamming here, just shy of 10 big blinds. I guess to take it down. Pretty standard stuff there, I believe, guys. Just falls around to the button, sub 10 big blinds, just open jamming, A7 off. Seems pretty normal to me there. Nothing more else to say. Yeah, it's just a very, very... It's funny, Jay Wiz, because I think when the players were heads up, you know, there was still... I mean, I'm not sure what the pay jump was between second and first, because they were both guaranteed tickets. But we'll say there was a 10k pay jump between second and first. And, you know, this is maybe... We'll say it started at like 8 p.m. And this might be 9 a.m. in the morning where somebody just went all in for like 15, 20 big blinds because they were just like, they literally said, I want to go to bed. No, the other player had queens and he called it off, obviously, but like when he jammed all in with the 10-8 off, he was like, I just want to go to bed. After playing for like 13 hours straight or something like that, he just had enough of it. Anyways, back to the action here. So we have an all-in from under the gun from Alexander, who's still in there floating. I don't know what Zico's really thinking about here with a couple of players behind. I'd imagine this is just going to be pretty easy fold, bro. Does decide to fold. Yeah, that seems like pretty good value there, mate. If there's 12 WSOP E tickets, $1 million guaranteed. That's a huge guarantee, man. I mean, fingers crossed you run well that day. Or sorry, I should even say that weekend, whatever. I assume it's a weekend, 18th of August. I could just check here what I'd imagine it is. Yeah, Friday. So yeah, hopefully, man, you like run well Friday, Saturday and Sunday and take home a couple of $100K for yourself. If that's what it ends up being. But even getting the ticket, man, and whatever else. Finishing the top 12 now would be pretty sweet there. But yeah, I mean, that's like, to be fair, and Jay Wiz, you know this, because obviously you're doing moderating for a long time here at this stage, but like the guarantees that Kings put up, man, are, like, again, I'm not a big MTT player, but like, you know, when you factor in the buy-in and the guarantee and the money up top, it's a huge return, you know. If you run well, like obviously we all know most of the time you won't do well or you won't run that deep, but like still doesn't deter you from, you know, how impressive the guarantees are and how frequent they are as well. Like it's literally every weekend that there's a different event on. It's all being hosted by Kings, you know, it's very, very impressive. WSOP coming up towards the end of the year as well, man, and obviously the standard of play will be fantastic as well. So it'll be great to see the coverage of all them games too, like whatever cash games if they happen and all that jazz. I'm not surprised, bro. I'm not surprised. I mean, if you factor in all the tickets that they're giving out, and you know, obviously people coming over to play it, it's crazy. And again, I'm not surprised that there's barely any rooms available. I mean, you give that another couple of weeks, they're going to be all gone, without doubt. Anyways, Felix here under the gun. Walking sticks, Mr. Wen. Shorter stack. He doesn't contemplate shipping this in the middle here because there's definitely better hands you can do this with. Jack 8 off. He's gonna decide to fold eventually. Gonna get through the rest of the players as well. Remember, guys, we are playing down to 24 players here tonight. We're on 28 at the moment. A lot of eliminations are happening from outside the table because they're not really happening here, I don't think, or probably less frequent anyways. Robin here, getting out of the way with the 10-9. Thanks, Jay Wiz, for replying. I'm just seeing it there. Yeah, it's decent amount of guarantees or entries to have for the guaranteed prize pool, man. It's huge. That's a lot, but they get it. They'll get it for €400, man, I'd imagine. Sorry, I missed some of the action here, guys. So, Ace-4, Marius is all in versus Alexander's Queens. It's looking pretty good for Alexander, to be fair. it's a pretty sick tournament, that one. No, it's a lot to ask, in fairness. It's a lot to ask. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's a lot to ask for sure, Bart. I agree with that. But we have an all in here, guys. My thought process and my focus is elsewhere. I should be focusing on commentating this, so here we are. Alexander, who is our chip in a chair player, designated chip in a chair, and he's unlucky that Marius spikes the 3-outer. So he needs runner, board pair, or a queen. We're going to be losing our friend Alexander. Well, that's more extra outs to have. I say more extra outs, it doesn't really make much of a difference. There's actually a few here. Any 6, any 8? Yeah, there's a few more outs. And that is not it. We lose our chip in a player chair. I can't even say that, there's so many words together. We lose Alexander, unfortunately. 27th place. He guarantees himself €1,300, which, again, guys, this is a €230 tournament. And it's not a bad ROI when you're cashing for 1,300 for 2 days of work. I think Alexander knows that he probably cashed a little bit more than he was expecting, so he's obviously not going to complain there. But yeah, either way, we lose our chip in a chair player. Marius adding to his chip jack now. I think he's going to be probably 15, 16 big blinds. Indeed, the 4. That's going to happen, guys. Bear in mind that that's what, maybe a 70, 30, 65, 35 in terms of equity. It's pretty annoying when you see that ace 4 has that much equity against ace queen, where the kicker is dominated, but numbers are numbers, guys. You can't argue with the equity and the probability of things happening. They are factual. They are reality. You're not guaranteed to win. Nothing is guaranteed in poker. You can be a very, very high favourite. You can be a person that's going to win most of the time. But you cannot guarantee that you will win all the time. Art now on the hijack. I know you can guarantee you can win in the long run. But you still have to be doing all the right stuff. But yeah, definitely nothing guaranteed. And we have a raise with the aces, and when I've never seen somebody put 5, 6 big blinds in the middle so quickly, but I don't blame them. We are losing players on this feature table very swiftly, and obviously Art is going to call very quickly here. Wen is going to be a little bit annoyed here, but not a lot you can do. Mr. Wen needs a 9 and a 9 only, or some running spades. Art has the ace of diamonds blocked for them outs itself, the diamonds. So he needs spades or a 9. We're going to be losing another player from our feature table. They are dropping like flies at the moment, guys. We're going to have 2 eliminations in 3 hands, I believe, or 2 eliminations in 2 hands. I can't remember exactly. And not looking good, but he has the backdoor spades. Never say never, guys. I mean, 4%. This is what I'm saying. Nothing is guaranteed in poker. And that is it for Mr. Wen. He battled a good game. Yeah, well, that didn't happen either, did it? That did not happen either, Lorcan. Lorden? Is that it? Pronunciation correct, Lorden? Yeah, Lorden sounds better. I have an Irish friend called Lorcan. It's not spelt that way. Lorden is pronounced differently and spelt differently as well. So our next elimination, guys, will be our final one for today, I believe. I want to see Marius on the final table. I mean, as much as you would want that, Lorden, it may not happen. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised when I do the coverage tomorrow for the commentary to see him at the final table, honestly. I think he's a decent player. I don't think he's done much wrong if he's done anything wrong. Folds around to Marius. Well, gets the raise first in through. Currently 5-handed at the moment, guys, if I counted them players correctly, maybe 6-handed. They're actually 5-handed at the moment, guys, so they don't know, they're just going to leave this at the moment in terms of... Let's see how this works out. Robin here in the small blind off 8 big blinds might be tempted to ship this into Marius's big blind, which I wouldn't blame him. And he does decide to... Oh, this is unfortunate. Lorden, I think you might get your opportunity to see him on the final table if he stays running like that. This is, I mean, look, pretty unfortunate. Robin can limp, he can never fold. But given how wide Rash is supposed to jam here, I mean, there isn't a pay jump either. But yeah. I mean, if Robin gets knocked out here, guys, it's going to be the final hand of this coverage for today, I believe. See how this runs out, but pretty unlikely that Robin is going to be winning here. 14% to win this hand. I'm feeling a GG coming up here. He flops the up and down. In fairness, guys, if you didn't flop a straight, or you didn't flop trips, or you didn't flop 2 pair, flopping an up and down straight throw against aces is probably the bare minimum. This is. No. I think that's the end of the coverage, guys. I just want to double check. We'll run it out for another little bit more, but I think, as I said, we are playing down to 24 players, so I think that's going to be the final elimination of this coverage today. But we'll give it a few more minutes. Turns out there was a couple of eliminations, guys. No, we're going to finish up, I think, Lorden, for today, and we're going to finish out the coverage tomorrow. I think it starts at 2:30 Central European time. So keep an eye out on the socials, guys, but this coverage of day 3 will probably start, well, I'm pretty sure it's going to start at 2:30 Central European time. So bye for now, and thanks everyone for tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed the coverage. I will see you all tomorrow for the final of day 3. Take care.
Like every day. Long way. Long way, yeah? Long way until here and long way tomorrow. 50 minutes break, 15 minutes level.